Good afternoon, everybody, and we thank you for being here today on the August 24th Board of County Commission meeting. If everybody would silent their devices, we'd greatly appreciate it. We got a pretty good packed agenda today. With that, if everybody would stand for the invocation. Dear Lord, we thank you today for this beautiful day here in Florida. We thank you for allowing us to be here to represent the citizens of Citrus County. Dear Lord, we ask you to put your healing hands down on this nation and help with the epidemic of COVID that has risen back up. We know that it's in your hands, and we know that you'll get us in the place that we need to be. Dear Lord, please be with the commissioners up here today as we got some pretty good topics that we need to discuss. Give us good wisdom. Give us the strength to make good decisions. Dear Lord, we also ask you to be with our first responders, our men and women in the military and their families, for the great job that they're doing. In the name of the Lord, amen.
Amen.
Commissioner Sladeballs will introduce our ladies that are going to lead us in the pledge today.
Today, leading us, we have Leslie Seddon, and she served in the U.S. Army Nurse Corps from 1969 to 1976. She served in Denver, Colorado, in the emergency department, Okinawa, where she served taking care of the wounded from Vietnam, as well as returning POWs, and Fort Bragg, North Carolina. She trained as a woman's health nurse practitioner, and after she left the Army, she worked in the Department of Air Force and the VA. She currently volunteers at a clinic for the homeless. The next woman veteran that we have is Joe Monty. She served 12 years active Navy Reserve Nurses Corps, assigned to the Fleet Hospital, First Gulf War, to the Second Gulf War. She worked at the VA and retired after 23 years. She volunteers at a clinic for the homeless, active in our car club, and works occasionally for the disaster relief team from her church, and serves as vice president of the Females Veteran Network. Thank you, ladies.
Everybody face the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If everybody would give a round of applause to these two ladies for this. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners this 24th day of August, 2021. In attendance are Chairman Scott Carnahan, First Vice Chairman Ronald D. Kitchen, Jr. remote, Second Vice Chairman Ruth Lee Schleybaugh, Commissioner Jeff Kennard, County Administrator Randy Oliver, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond-Litt.
And Commissioner Davis, she's running a little behind, so she'll be here shortly. So with that, we have approval of the agenda. And Mr. Oliver, we got add-ons of E21 and E22, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Look for a motion.
Chair, I move to approve the agenda, but I would like to table my agenda item, which I do not know the,
All right. That is,
what number is that?
I'll get it for you here.
That would be number M1.
M1.
M1, so we're going
Yeah.
to table M1, pull M1. Okay.
Second motion?
All right, we got a motion, we got a second. Is there any public discussion? Any public discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. All right, consent agenda. Commissioners, anything you want to pull, or you want to take it in entirety?
Motion to approve the consent agenda?
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Kennard,
Second.
second by Commissioner Slayball. Is there any public comments on the consent agenda? Any public comments? Seeing none, we'll close that portion. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Okay, that will go now to proclamations.
Motion to approve item C1.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, I'll second it. Is there any public comment on proclamations? Seeing none, we'll close that. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Commissioner Slayball will read it today.
Yes, and thank you. I just went to a dear friend's funeral, and this applied to this, so that I felt I wanted to read this. But the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida proclamation, Grief Awareness Day and International Overdose Awareness Day. Whereas people who have experienced the death of a family member or friend carry the loss with them forever, and it causes traumatic memories in the minds of grievers as they struggle to understand why their loved one was taken away. The great majority of grievers feel alone, not understood, and fear judgment, on top of their own feelings of grief, leading in many cases to an inability to manage or even face their grief at all. And whereas many people erroneously believe that grievers are resilient enough to let go, move on, or get over how their loved one died, and whereas August 30th being Grief Awareness Day and August 31st as International Overdose Awareness Day, in hopes to raise awareness of the painful impact an overdose and a death of a loved one has on the life of a griever, and to provide ways to let grieving people know that they are not alone in the midst of their grief. And whereas Grief Awareness Day and International Overdose Awareness Days are observed each year on August 30th and August 31st, millions of people from all walks of life from across the world will join to show their support for grief and overdose awareness. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby proclaim August 30th and August 31st as Grief Awareness and International Overdose Awareness Days, and encourage citizens to increase their understanding and awareness of drug overdoses and those who have experienced the death of a loved one. Executed this 24th day of August, 2021.
Thank you, Commissioner Slagle. And with that, we'll go to open to the public. If you'd like to speak come speak. You'll have 3 minutes. If you have a letter on file, we'll give you 5. So come on up. Welcome. Good to see you today.
My name is Rick Randives. I live in District 2 in Homosassa. As commissioners, my thought is you should bring us a quality of life, infrastructure to meet the needs, and a level of service. There's several things that have happened, and this is my second meeting, and I'm coming to them. On your agenda in E17, it talks about a consultant that charged $25,000 to do some type of a survey for you. Now he's asking for an additional $12,000, 50% increase in the original amount he was going to charge. On E20, lobbyists, you have a lobbyist you're paying $60,000 a year to lobby in Tallahassee, plus travel expenses. You know, I'm new to the county. We've only lived here a year. I don't know what services he might have provided that helped this county. But when we look at EMS, that's 3 paramedics, or 3 EMTs. 3 of them. Is he really worth $60,000 plus expenses? H1, we're going to talk about EMS later. This didn't happen overnight, folks. You know, $9 and change an hour. That's ludicrous when you're paying a consultant $1,153 a week plus travel. We need people to take care of us. The other thing is, and I know nothing about it, Pirates Cove. Do we really need the property? Do we need to spend $700,000 plus for this property? And what's the county going to do with it? And do you have the money to do what you want to do once you buy the property? A quality of life in Citrus County. My mother lived here for 22 years. She loved it and she supported it. The infrastructure's needed, and we need protection. So that's police, fire, ambulance. You need to fund it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome.
Welcome. My name is Frank Papson. I live in Hernando, Florida. My name is Frank Papson. I'm president of the Arrowhead Association of Hernando that you serve, addressed to one of you, 34442, with the following problem. As you know, we have dirt roads that are maintained by volunteers who use their own equipment, supply their own fuel, and our problem is the rain washes away the roads and we must purchase material to put down to bring roads back into condition. With the money coming in from the people that join the association, which is not mandatory, and pay the dues, which are voluntary. And because of rising prices for material, our dues, we request have gone up year after year with dwindling amount of people joining, paying anything. This says this year we had 82 paying members and we spent all that money plus a lot more, 82 members out of nearly 400. Because of rising prices for material, we are getting less and less for our money. People think and hope that people in power, that's you people, they are paying, people in power, that you people would take over the unincorporated area, maintain our roads with proper drainage and streetlights, using the tax money they're already paying and thinking they are paying taxes for nothing. We get no civil service, not even the post office, which we have row boxes at the end of the pavement. You, as our county representative, is expected to do something for us, or at least find someone that can, or with at least materials for the roads. There is talk about township being formed with the expectations of no taxes, no fees to run it. Just join a township and turn it over to the county for them to take over immediately. Fix or maintain the roads immediately. What do I expect? At least a letter stating what you think, what some more actions that you could take, help us with, or what the county is willing or what the county is not willing to do. What the county will say to any of our problems. There's money being offered from the federal government to help us, our communities like ours, but funding them is a problem. Finding them is a problem. Help finding them. If, and again I say if, I can get enough interested people to come to a meeting, would you be willing to come and tell them exactly what the county will or will not do? And if the county is willing to do anything, what would be the conditions be? Some people think there'll be no additional taxes, no matter how many people that tell them different. They are right and we are wrong. Some action from you is expected and welcomed. And I give my phone number, and I emailed this to a county representative who never bothered calling me back. Never sent me an email back, never addressed this problem at all. And I feel insulted because of this total disregard
Okay, your
for
time's
people.
up.
My time is up?
Yes, sir.
As a president of an association, I should have 5 minutes.
You don't have a letter on file.
Oh, that's all right, I'm done anyway.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. My name is Dennis Bailey. I'm owner of Bailey Electric and Signs with my partner Karen Ginda. We are an electrical contractor in this county. How many here are under Duke's power, either personally or business-wise? Problem is, Duke has decided that, say 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock, whatever, you lose power. It's not their problem. It's yours. We go out and fix it. 7, 8 o'clock. Last night was 10:30. My guys finished emergency service. If it's Friday night, you will not get power until Monday, because Duke will not turn the power on without a county inspection and release. There is a form on file that is from the county that authorizes an emergency release for the same purpose. I, as an electrical contractor, will take 100% responsibility of somebody's power being restored correctly, that the county will come in, do their inspections, do all the legwork, make sure everything's done. They don't care. Seco with the coochie, 2 o'clock in the morning, I have called them. They will come. Duke, don't care. And that is probably 75% of this county. And you're going to tell them, hey, have a nice day. Whatever you got, if you're on oxygen, you're screwed. Call your oxygen supplier. I take pride in what we do. We are there 24/7, 365. We will go anytime. If I ain't got the right parts, I will make something work. I'll get you power. But then to say at the end of the time, hey, I'm sorry, it's 10 o'clock on Friday, you can't get nothing back until Monday sometime when we get an inspector out there to turn the power back on, to get it released to Duke, And then whenever they decide to get back out there, they now don't even give us a 3-hour window that we'll try to get the power back on. We'll get there when we get there. That's their standard blurb now. As a county, we're going to let them run how we run this county. You have the forms. It's been out for years. Never had a problem. I've had 2. I had one lady out for 2.5 days. Couldn't help her. We got it fixed. Could not get an inspector out there because it was after hours, and they were out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi. My name's John Potkill, and I live at 97 East Goldfinch Lane. John Potkill. I have a question about taxes and the fees we're starting to incur in this county. We're taxed on water runoff. We're also now going to incur a fee as a property owner on water runoff. Does that mean you're going to eliminate the tax on the water runoff? Because it didn't say nothing in the letter. Okay, so that's going to be gone, and we'll just have a fee. Okay, now, the problem I have with that is, what are we going to get for the fee? Because in the past, we were promised things for a fee, like fire service and EMS. And I live off 44, not that far off 44. We were told they were going to reopen our firehouse that they closed because the tax base went down. Now, this has been a while ago, probably before you were commissioners. It has never opened back up. They have never put fire trucks or EMS people in that firehouse. As a matter of fact, I think they put Christmas lights and stuff in that firehouse right now. But we are paying that fee, and we were promised that we would get fire and safety in that area. Right now, we either get it from the city or Sumter County. So I need to have an idea of what's going on with that.
We'll answer all the questions after everybody talks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Cecilia Treat. I live in Ozella, and I am here to support the buying of Pirates Cove for several reasons. Number one, there is very few properties left in Florida like Ozella. Number two, it brings a lot of tourists to Ozella. Number three, even though the chances of building a condo there or a restaurant there is slim and none, we still have to think about the future. And we want to preserve that for future generations. I understand that this gentleman doesn't understand that because he doesn't live there. But the people that live there and the people that come there from all over the world, they enjoy that water, they enjoy that scenery, and they enjoy a place that has no condo. So I'm asking that you support that. I understand we have an issue with tax. Mr. Kennard and I have talked. We have to get the money, but I'm just asking to support the appraisals for the property at this time. Also, I would like to also encourage you to continue to put the pressure on DOT for Halls River situation, because as you know, everybody in this room knows, our economy is based on tourism, and we want that water to stay clean. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Good afternoon, good sir. My name's Jordan Williams. I'm an EMT with Nature Coast, and this is in regards to item H1. I've been working at Nature Coast for 9 months as an EMT. I earned my paramedic certification last week. I'm also currently looking for employment elsewhere. The comparative wages with Nature Coast and the surrounding areas makes things extremely simple. Either pay people a wage commensurate with the technical expertise they possess and the often life-saving support they give to this community, or they'll go somewhere that will. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi there, how you doing?
Good.
So I'm James. I'm a paramedic with Nature Coast EMS, and I'd just like to tack on to what, my name is James Duggan. I'd like to tack on to what my colleague Jordan just said. He said pay people commensurate with the skills that they've developed and the skills that they've trained for. I'd like to give you an idea of what commensurate is. In Hernando County, a paramedic will start at $19.96 an hour. In Marion County, a paramedic will start at $20.83 an hour. In Bay County, which is up in the Panhandle, and yes, I've looked all over the state because I've been looking for employment elsewhere myself, a paramedic will start at $20.78. In Manatee County, which I've been emailed by in the last week, offering a job fair to come back and apply for them, which I have in the past, and I've made it, and I've been through the process in the past. The pay will start at $22.26 an hour. In Lee County, $20.16 an hour. In Alachua County, it's $21.39. In Orange County, it's $24.21. In Pinellas County, it's $22.04, and just across the border in Sumter County, it starts at $19. The average pay per hour of all of these different figures I've given you is $21.18 an hour. So, like he said, it's very simple. Pay them what they've trained for, or they will find employment elsewhere, like many of us are trying to do. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we meet again, huh? My name is Stephen Kwiatek, and I represent the EMTs and paramedics of Citrus County as president of IAEP Union Local R5365. While you've already heard a great deal from our management team and team members about the situation at hand, I hope to provide another perspective which may help you appreciate our position. As elected officials and public servants, I believe each member of this committee understands what it means to put the needs of others before their own. In that way, I also believe you understand what it feels like to see those efforts go unrewarded. Each member of the Nature Coast team knows that feeling because we have worked ourselves to the bone for this community. Day in and day out, we have stepped up for you and your constituency as critical first responders. Knowing full and well that we are underpaid, dozens of us continue to work here because we want to make a difference. That desire is the reason we're here today. We want to make a difference. To do that, we need your support, not just financially, but as partners in service to Citrus County. I appreciate your consideration and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Welcome, Diane.
Hello, welcome, or not welcome, you guys are always here. Hello, commissioners. You want that? I just wanted to bring up and.
Could you state your name?
I'm sorry, I'm Diana Finnegan, and I live in Homosassa, Florida.
Sorry to take your.
I was checking out the outstanding commission items, and a couple meetings ago, a lot of people from Homosassa were here, and we discussed the noise ordinance. And I was just curious why the noise ordinance isn't on the outstanding commission items. And I know back at that meeting, before we were thankful for Commissioner Schleybaugh stopping that before it went on, because we need an ordinance that we actually benefit from in Homosassa, just not to have one. So I was hoping to see that at the next meeting on the agenda, and that we could get updates maybe from Ms. Lynn, because I remember the commissioners saying that she would work with the River Alliance, and I go to the meetings and I have not heard any formal updates from that. I've tried to kind of play some calls around, but I feel like it should be more official and it should be done here so that the people of Homosassa are not forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon,
Welcome.
Commissioners. Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. Okay, and it's for Citrus Springs, because I've had several calls. Number one, when you opened the meeting, Commissioner, you said that you were here to represent all the citizens. Okay, citizens. Citizens pay property taxes, citizens are people. Okay, you also prayed in your prayer for our first responders. They're the ones that take care of all of the citizens, non-citizens, and visitors. I was at CVS this week, and guess what? There's a sign up that says, apply within immediate hire for technician, $16 an hour. are we actually taking care of our first responders? If you are somewhere in the county and you need a first responder, you pick up the phone and hopefully one's going to show up. We need to remember that that is part of what you are doing, taking care of the citizens. Directly talking about that, citizens, guns. Okay, we had a nice weekend in Citrus Springs with somebody firing guns again within 150 feet of houses. We called the sheriff, and the sheriff came out, and the sheriff said, the sheriff's deputy's not, Mr. Sheriff, kind of go, that's okay, you own the property. And that's not okay. They were within 150 feet of people's houses with no berms. Okay, so you got to step up. And on top of that, talking about Duke Energy earlier, Duke easement property, they allow people to shoot guns on their easement property between Citrus Springs and Pine Ridge. Okay, so it's not just one place, it's the other. Pirates Cove, I got a couple calls about why are we buying Pirates Cove when we have so many roads in Citrus Springs that need to be repaved or resurfaced? Okay, why are we spending that much when we could get $1 million, close to $1 million, or $750,000 in residential road resurfacing and repaving? And then I had some people talking to me about the bait and switch. You're going to rob Peter to pay Paul, huh? Okay, so you're going to have us think, oh, I'm getting it off of my waste thing, off of my ad valorem taxes. Okay, my ad valorem from last year was like really tiny. Now you're going to non-ad valorem, and I'm up to 5884, and I'm not the only one that's upset about this. And on September 9, I hope to have at least 50 people here from Citrus Springs that are really, really upset about this change, because wastewater is wastewater, okay, and it needs to be treated, okay? And what you're trying to do is rob Peter to pay Paul. You didn't lower my taxes. You increased my taxes by over $100 when I look at my trim notice yesterday. I was like, oh my goodness. My brother-in-law came home from vacation. His trim notice was double what it was last year. And so there's other people out there that hopefully are going to be at the meeting. Now, other than that, I'm glad to see the four of you are here today. Hi, Ron, wherever you're at. I knew you said you weren't going to be here. Citrus Springs has over 400 houses already approved this year for building. So you are going to be getting money from property taxes. And it's not from little $50,000 a year houses. Every house going in is over $220,000 for building, and that's what the builders are charging. 220 is our minimum. So it's going to be a big boost in about a year. So you need to realize people are upset. We got lots of roads that need fixing and lots of things that you need to take care of the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Jackie Brooks. I'm here today because Mr. Oliver has informed me that I need, even though I've only been here 2 years, I need to come and request a position stand, that the county take a position in regards to two developments that have been quite the hot topic of conversation in the city of Crystal River. I have been doing a deep dive in researching both of these developments and projects and speaking out against them for months. And Mr. Oliver is well aware of some of my concerns, and I believe, Mr. Kennard, I spoke to you on occasion and expressed that. And what I've been hearing is, well, that's the city, and the city is allowing 322 trailer parks to go on the plantation, or the city is going to decide whether or not an apartment complex goes behind the homes of established residents. But here's the deal. Y'all are being pulled into the conversation every single meeting. And no one is there to say whether or not these applicants are accurate in what they're proposing. They are stating you will receive millions of dollars in taxes from the RV park. Now, I'd like to know how those numbers are crunched, and I'd like to know how that money will be spent, because we're not seeing it. All of a sudden, this is a new development. They keep coming up with new things they're going to do. They've also brought you into the picture by saying they're doing you a favor by pumping that stormwater out of Plantation Lane onto their golf course, and that they could charge you a fee if they wanted to. So we need to recognize that although that is annexed property with the city, there should be concurrency between these sets of governments. You are our elected officials. I've been going to the city every time and speaking to them, but we elect you, the county residents and the people of North Country Club Drive, who are being directly impacted by one huge development here and one huge development here, leading nothing but more impermeable surface, which we've just been taxed for, creating nothing but more flooding because we will sit lower than all of them. A fifth grader can figure out what will happen at that point. And the Planning Commission has stood up and stood for us, and they have declined these proposals. But I'm requesting that you all, as a board, take a position stand on the RV outpost and take a position stand on the rezoning of the R1 to R3. I believe it's 32-acre proposal that went in front of the city just this past month, because we need to know where you stand at election time. This is unacceptable what they will create. The $60 a month that we will be, or year we will be paying, will just be throwing money out the window, because we will never be able to recover from the devastation once they pull out acres and acres of trees and destroy wetlands, destroy habitats, destroy the water. I don't know if you're paying attention to those meetings, but there's some serious stuff being discussed.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. It is good afternoon, isn't it? I promise you, this is my...
State your name?
Oh, yes. Chris Lloyd. I live on 491 in Lecanto. I used to attend county commission meetings as a form of addiction, but I've now cured myself. Yeah. So this will be my first meeting of the year and my last. Yeah.
Promise?
I promise I'll sign. What am I happiest about? I'm happiest about the fact that the county commissioners now comprise 2 lady members. Long overdue. Yeah. But really serious? Great. We need you. Yeah. And you're damn sight better looking than them. Yeah.
Thank you.
You may have noticed there's one
You
vacant
can come
seat.
back anytime. You can come back anytime. Don't listen to the chair.
There's one vacant seat which belongs to Mr. Ronald Kitchen. Yeah. Apparently he heard that I was coming today, so he went absent. I don't know whether that's true. I actually came here in the hope that I might catch a few words with gentlemen from EMS, and I was successful in that, so thank you very much. Yeah. I also mentioned the fact that EMS lost a young guy, EMS tech, age, what was it, 29 or something?
Hey, Chris, come on, keep it up here. Let's go.
What?
Let's keep moving.
Oh, I am. So, one of the things I do feel very seriously about is this virus and vaccination. Yeah. I think it's tragic when you hear about a 29-year-old guy dying, and unfortunately, there's hundreds and hundreds of them every day. Yeah. So, please, talk to your friends, talk to your neighbours, talk to the guys and girls in the bar and whatever. And if they haven't been vaccinated, send them to be vaccinated or plead with them. Is that quick enough, Mr. Conahan?
You got it, buddy. Thank you.
Good.
You need to fill a green card out. Welcome.
Thank you.
How are you?
Good. Ben Torricelli, 670 Country Club Drive, Crystal River, Florida. Did you get the photos out to everybody? I brought you some photographs which are living proof of what we deal with in Country Club Drive. That was from the rainstorm at the beginning of the month. I've reached out to a number of board members, haven't heard anything back from you all, council members, I should say, in reference helping us deal with the fact that you give us to the city, and you have in the past many times. I'd like to go over that history with you. About 2003, 2003, you required us to take our septic systems and raise them up in swales, 10 feet, Cost us all 10 grand. Got it done. And it caused damming of the natural way that all of that area drained. Later on, fairly recently, the D'Amato era, I like to call it, we got put on sewers, which they never properly refilled. Now we have little detentions that water accumulates in. I bring this up because we're now talking about two developments adjacent to us, which is going to cause even more flooding. Close to 35 acres are going to be taken out of circulation for percolation and paved over, basically, right in our backyards. And that's what our backyards look like now. Have you guys been to our area recently? What's going on Plantation Drive as we speak? They're still pumping water out of that pond, and the road's closed. Guys, the decisions that you make have long-term repercussions on the simple people who want to live in Crystal River, who bought our homes in good faith. Good faith that you guys wouldn't just, because we're expediently detached from the county. In other words, the city can do anything they want with us. We have no recourse against them with the vote. And like Pontius Pilate, you just wash your hands. Say, sorry, this is an agreement with Citrus County, and we don't have any more to do with it. We ask you to stand with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Michael Morosco. I am a national representative with the International Association of EMTs and Paramedics, and I help represent the EMTs and paramedics here. I just wanted to come up briefly today and speak that you're going to see a presentation later today from Nature Coast. They have worked very hard to meet the commissioners at every demand they had just a year ago, before all of this COVID started, before the nation saw a shortage of EMTs and paramedics. I would ask that the commission take a serious listen to that and not pass it off or just disregard it, but actually sit and listen to what they're going to present to you today. There is a huge shortage of EMTs and paramedics across the nation, and we see it day in and day out. This county cannot afford to lose any good providers that you have right now, and some of them are the best. They sit here and they work through all this with everything that they face, the adversaries they face, from low wages to a county that almost cut them 2 years ago, a year ago, not that long ago. So I would ask that the commission seriously listen to the presentation that's going to be put on by Nature Coast EMS and listen to the changes they have made and appreciate the work that they have put in to meet the commission at their demands when that came through. But please seriously consider their presentation. Thank you.
Is there any other speakers? Any other speakers? Well, once, twice, we're going to go ahead and close the public portion. Commissioner Kitchen, you want to go first?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. First of all, I am there. I missed today's meeting. I've been exposed to COVID. I have tested negative, but I've been told I should remain in quarantine until the appropriate time. And it's only because I love you guys so much. I don't want to be around you and wish anything bad upon you. So please let the Chronicle know that I know they're just dying why I'm not there. So I had to address that first. Also, the other comments I think will be raised later on, Mr. Chair. As you know, we don't address Crystal River issues. We don't interfere in the city's zoning issues. I think you'll address that later on. And I do want to say that I guess a little tongue in cheek is that I told you so. I said when the notices went out about the MSBU, we'd hear about it, and we were going to have to stick to our guns. So it's just now starting, so we'll find out if we stick to our guns or not. And also dealing with the tax issues. It's going to continue because, there's going to be issues we'll talk about today that all require funding. And a lot of this funding is going to be future funding. So it's what's happening now, what's happening in the near future, and what's going to happen down the road. So every single one of these votes will have an impact on the taxes and the fiscal sustainability of the county. So I'm looking forward to that. Miss you guys. Look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Well, since I came in halfway through, this might be a little bit short. I didn't take my usual copious notes, and my apologies for being late. Ozello, I liked it when Commissioner Kennard brought that forward before. We'll see how that discussion goes today. Halls River, I will stay apprised of that. That obviously is a bad situation that needs to be rectified as soon as humanly possible. Diana, noise ordinance, good call on that. We do need to keep that on the radar to push forward. Let's see, and Jackie Brooks, take a position. You sounds like you're pretty frustrated wherever you went. Sounds like you're pretty frustrated. Please don't be frustrated with us. The county itself has a huge amount of things that we're dealing with. And so I do keep very closely in touch with what's going on in both Crystal River and Inverness. I'm absolutely appalled at the idea of the RV park. So I just said that publicly on the record. Okay, so, but enough said, that is not our jurisdiction, that's Crystal River's, but I know that they've been vehemently opposed to it as well. So, or as it stands in its current form, they're vehemently opposed to it. So I am definitely keeping on top of all of that. Last but not least, this is the easy one, the easy and hard one, Nature Coast EMS. I find it abhorrent that we pay people that are sent out to save people's lives. Basically, the starting salary for an EMT is about what it's cost to work flipping burgers, and that's just dead wrong. So there's going to be challenges in funding any increase in salaries because we just apparently voted to roll our millage back at our very first budget meeting. So we'll see how that transpires, but I'm 100% on board with getting those folks paid properly, as well as our fire guys.
Okay, Commissioner Slabaugh.
Thank you. Pirates Cove we'll be addressing later in the agenda. EMS will also be addressing that after the presentation. I'm choosing my words carefully because if any of you listened or attended any meetings, I'm not about rollbacks or additional fees. I'm about just leaving it the way it is. I have talked about this for many years. I addressed the board when I wasn't on the board about this. And so I am of the mindset that, again, if we can't pay our bills, we have to figure it out. Unfortunately, that does mean that we have to address issues with taxes so we can be sustainable. And if you want ambulance service and fire service and paved roads, there's a cost to that. But we have to do it properly, and it has to be fair, and it has to be everyone pays their fair share, not just picking and choosing who is exempt and who's not. And that's all I'm going to say, so I don't get myself in the newspaper. Halls River Road, yes, you know how much I've fought for Homosassa, and all of us have fought for Homosassa. We're going to continue to do that. Chris Lloyd, thank you for your kind words. I have watched you for many years come up here and talk to the commissioners, so I don't know if I'm relieved you're only coming this one time or not, but Thank you. Ben, not to kick the can down the road, but is Crystal River stormwater that you're dealing with, but in fairness, instead of getting 7 inches of rainfall, we've gotten over 21 inches of rainfall, and this is why stormwater is so important to be ahead of, because these pictures show us a lot that can happen when you get an unexpected amount of rain. So I thank you. I hope Commissioner Kitchen is feeling better, and that's all I got.
Commissioner Kennard.
All right. Let's see, I obviously support getting the appraisal for the Pirates Cove property. Right now, we have no idea really what it's worth. We know what they're asking for. And I am going to try and make the case that we should at least move forward to find out what it's worth before we have a discussion about who's going to pay for it, where we're going to look for the money, if this board has an interest in going down that road. Let's see, help with Arrowhead roads. Are those private roads out there, the dirt roads? Private. County cannot put public money into private property. Let's see. This is the first that I've heard of Duke not restoring power after 5 o'clock. We know anything about that? No. We have Duke power, and I'm not saying that this isn't the case, but we have Duke power at my own house, and when the power goes out in the middle of the night, they show up and fix it. So I don't know if it's just individual households or what it might be, but I'd be interested in finding out. If you can call me or email me later personally, just let me know, and that way we can have that discussion.
Sir, fix it. I'm gonna remove you. Okay. I'll address it in here in a minute.
Let's see here, reopening fire stations. That may have been a previous board that said that. They likely said that before they looked at the cost of reopening additional fire stations. I'm not sure that residents of the county would support the dollars needed to do that. Cecilia, you know my position on Pirates Cove. Nature Coast, you know, I'm looking forward to this presentation. We've had a conference call this morning. I've had some pretty lengthy discussions with Randy about this as well. And for the comments, I didn't write down exactly who it was that said that we're not paying our EMTs and paramedics enough. We don't pay them anything. The county commission does not pay them a single dime. That's Nature Coast, and thankfully we had a great discussion 10 months ago now, and Scott and Mary and others came forward and said, look, here's where this organization is broken. Give us an opportunity to fix it. We can fix it. This is what we're going to do to move forward. And they've done a great job at going down that road. They've brought forward some challenges they're facing now, and it's this board to look at those challenges. Obviously, this board will continue to have a wonderful ambulance service in this county, as we have had. We're very thankful for the changes that you've made so far, and you know, for the folks that are out there on the trucks and saving lives every day and night. I understand the frustration what they're going through right now, looking at surrounding counties paying more than what's happening here. We'll get this worked out. I don't know what the end piece looks like yet, but we will get it worked out. We will get it worked out quickly. I feel very confident of that. But we don't pay any. We do not hire a single EMT or paramedic outside of fire. Let's see here, Diana, great catch. We do, you know, the noise ordinance issue on the Homosassa River is not handled. That needs to be on that list. It needs to stay on that list until we get it fixed. I personally would like to see us go down the road to mirror exactly what the city of Crystal River did. Is it enforceable if somebody takes us to court and, you know, tries to fight it? Probably not.
But Crystal River obviously put a lot of thought and effort into theirs. It's working, so I don't see why we would try and reinvent the wheel. Let's use what they've got and give officers an opportunity to approach these boats that are causing the issues up the headwaters and other places on our waters. Let's see here. Let's see, Jackie and others that came up, Jackie and Ed, that came up and talked about the RV park, the plantation and RV park. You know, it's an issue that the county is not going to stick our nose into the city's business, but I personally use that. I live down that road. I use that road many, many times daily or on a weekly basis. I have made my feelings known about it. I do not trust that organization to do a quality project. I hope that their planning commission individually, I hope their planning commission and their city council continue to turn it down. You know, until there's such time that there's something that a greater deal of trust in the ownership group there, that they would do a quality project. My vote would be no on that. Let's see, Chris Lloyd, I couldn't agree with you more. We need more people vaccinated. I got an update yesterday from administration from Seven Rivers Hospital. It's not going well. 160 some odd COVID patients in Seven Rivers, 80 plus COVID patients at Citrus Memorial. Ventilators are full of patients, unfortunately, all very young, and an overwhelming percentage are unvaccinated. There's an awful lot of unnecessary suffering and death that's happening right here in our community and in our nation. I think largely in part due to misinformation spreading across social media. So I'm vaccinated, and I would encourage everybody to do the same.
All right, Commissioner Kitchen's got something else to say? Okay, Commissioner Kitchen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to kind of make a comment on Commissioner Kennard's EMS comment. Absolutely, positively, 100% right on. Let's not redo history in moving forward. When EMS, Nature Coast EMS came to us a while back, we looked into it. They told us what they needed then to fix the problem. We agreed, we did that. Now, evidently, that wasn't enough. So the question really is going to be, as we watch the presentation later on, is what has changed? And if something has changed, why didn't you tell us the first time? And my question is going to be, Mr. Chairman, is that don't make this about the public and the county commission at odds with each other over EMTs. It's not. We support those folks fully, and we said that before. You tell us what you need, we will give it to you, and that's what we did. So I just find that I'm so glad Commissioner Kennard pointed out we don't pay them a single dime. Okay, we have a contract for that service, and that's between the contract provider and the people that they employ. Now, if all of a sudden they somehow or another did not do a correct financial analysis, I'm going to want to ask questions about why. Why did you tell us before? It's the old, just give us this and it'll be okay. And then as soon as we give it to them, it's not okay. So I think we're going to have a lot of questions to answer as to what has changed since the last time we went down this road. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and I'll wrap it up. Stormwater, you know, I'm going to stick to the stormwater. We did take it off the millage rate, and we are putting it on as an MSBU because it's more sustainable throughout the county. Good catch on the noise ordinance. We need to put that back on. When it comes to guns, we're preempted by the state. We have no control of that. We could put things in place, but it doesn't help. Private roads. There is a program that y'all can get into and pay into that county will come out and do your private roads. But as far as us putting money in while they're private, we just can't happen. I mean, we feel for you. We feel for all the rain that you've had. let's see, the position on the RV park, here's what I can tell you. I'm not gonna get into Chris Rivers' business whatsoever, but I can promise you if it come in front of us, I know my position would be. I've been born and raised here for 51 years, and that's always been a problem out there. So, again, if you're gonna put a project in, it needs to be a good quality project, and, so again, I'm not gonna tell them what to do, but I hope they stand up and do the right thing, so. And then when it comes to, Nature Coast, you know, I feel for you guys that aren't getting paid correctly. Again, we have a contract, we do not pay, your wages. We appreciate everything you do here in this county, greatly appreciate that. First, you know, we consider you a first responder, and we appreciate, you know, I'm gonna have some questions here, and I'll throw one of the questions out now so they can be thinking about it. They got 1.2 million in PPP money. That is for salaries. Okay, that is subsidized for salaries. So I'm interested to see where that money went, okay? But that should have been for you guys. You know, if you were at $9 an hour, they could have subsidized your pay, and they could have upped it. And we gave them everything they asked for. So I'm interested today also to go through the presentation. I got some questions. I'm very disgusted about some of the presentation that I seen. I was angry when I seen one portion of this presentation, and I'm going to point it out when it comes up. I don't think you use some young man's life, okay, and put in a presentation to try to put us in a position. To me, that's wrong. You know, he also worked for the city of Inverness, and you didn't see them publicize that and try to use it in a forum like this. So I am very disgusted over that. I know others are too. So with that, we're going to go ahead to your presentation and get this thing rolling. So with that, you have the podium.
Mr. Chairman, while he's coming to the podium, I would note that Duke is regulated by the Public Service Commission.
Yes.
We have no authority over Duke, but if somebody emails me the situation, I'll be glad to forward it to our liaison.
And I apologize, Mr. Bailey, for not, but what I think Mr. Bailey is getting to is if he gets a service call at night and he has to go out there and fix the electric, he can call Sumter, he can call with the Coochie, they'll come out and get the electric back on, and he's saying Duke's not doing that. I personally will reach out to Duke Energy myself and have a conversation. I know what you were getting at, and if that's the case, that's sad, because they're responsible for getting that electric back on, whether it's 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning. They should be out there just like you are. It takes one person to go out there and get that back on. So if everybody else is doing it, I don't see why they're not doing it. So
Chair.
Thank you.
May I make one other comment on, with Mr. Lloyd? I was remiss in not saying I am vaccinated, and from what I understand, over 90% of the people in the emergency room and hospital now on ventilators are not vaccinated. If we are just now inching up to 55% vaccination rate, but over 90% are unvaccinated, and the remainder had serious comorbidities, the ones that were vaccinated, this is saving lives, big time. And there's some misinformation going around that has been parroted to me by several people that says it's the vaccinated getting sick. Hogwash. If we're getting sick, we're living through it. So all I'm saying is voluntarily get a shot. I'm not sitting here talking about mandates, so please don't put words in my mouth.
And the good news is the they approved that yesterday. So now we have an improved one. So hopefully people that weren't getting them will get them. But hey, it's their choice. Okay, I agree that they have the choice whether to get a vaccination or not. There's a lot of vaccinations out there for kids and other things. And you know, if you don't want to get your vaccination, I'm vaccinated. You know, I find my wife wouldn't get vaccinated. I finally talked her into getting it. My daughter now has COVID. She's going through a rough time. Luckily, she's getting over the hump. But now my family realizes, hey, they need to get vaccinated. And so I do encourage vaccination. But again, it's your choice whether you want vaccination or not. And I don't agree with government or anybody else mandating you to get vaccinated. But I do believe you need to be vaccinated.
Try joining the U.S. military. You're going to have about 12 vaccines the moment you walk in the door.
But you sign up for that.
And somebody very dear to me has a 26-year-old son that he's watching desperately suffer through COVID because he refused to get vaccinated. The person dear to me did get vaccinated.
I agree, but again, it's your choice.
Yep.
Just like parents make choices on their kids wearing masks to school or not making it, you know. So anyway, with that, we'll go to your presentation. So Nature Coast, you're on the clock.
I'll try and go through this pretty quick, although this is a wealth of information. I think I only got 15 minutes to present it, so.
You have all the time you need, Scott.
Okay, fair These are for handouts for everybody. In the back of the presentation itself, you've got the presentation, but there's 4 relative articles of this conversation. I didn't want to go into the presentation itself because it would ate up every bit of that time, so there's one for everybody.
And commissioners, if, while he's going through the presentation, if you have any questions, please stop and let's answer those questions as we move through here.
In addition to the presentation itself that you're getting, there's also a copy of our summary budget for the fiscal year 2022 that we just completed. That I'm sure will lead into some follow-up questions at the end of the presentation. So if you just want to set that to the side. Ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Commissioners, thank you for allowing us to present to you today. There are 4 core points as we go through this presentation I want to make sure I communicate today. Number 1 is operationally, we have done well. We have done extremely well. So, number 2, the effects of COVID are still causing people to be able to pay their bills. It's caused our self-pays to increase, which effectively are patients that don't pay for patients that we transport to the hospital.
So what did it increase to?
It's 26% currently.
What was it before?
That I don't know the number. And can I finish?
Yes.
Okay, that I don't know the number. We're working off bad data. Historically speaking, we're working off bad data. We do know the number's gone up, but we don't know exactly how much. And I say we're working off of bad data. You know the processes we've had in place previous to 18 months is bad data. And that's what I'm
I
saying.
understand that, but it's still, you know, if you're gonna say it's up to 26%.
Absolutely.
You know, we need to know where you
What
were
the
before.
starting
And that
point
may
was.
be bad data, but you still have to try to dig into that, because again, if we don't have that data, how are we supposed to make good
I
decisions?
totally understand, but
Okay.
like I just rationalized, I don't know
understand.
exactly what that
Okay.
number is, but I can get it to you, or I could
Yes,
get
sir.
you a bad number.
Chair,
Effectively speaking.
can, this is a lot of information, so can I just hear him say?
I
do
would love
his-
to go through the presentation
the
and then
interruption?
answer
No, if
questions
you get, Mr.
entirely.
Commissioners, again, if you have questions, you can ask your questions as we're going through, as we always do.
May I proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so number 2 was the effects of COVID are still causing people to be able to be unable to pay their bills. That's people that are out of work, that are unable to pay their co-pays, that are inevitably are increasing our self-pays, which is decreasing revenue that was revenue projected before COVID and the effects of COVID. Number 3, regardless of who provides the service that Nature Coast EMS is providing in Citrus County, the cost of labor will increase significantly in the next fiscal year. And number 4, we've asked the county finance team yesterday, we spoke with Colleen and Randy, and we said we'd sit down with you and go over our budget, our 2022 budget, line item for line item, and look at ways that we can potentially decrease our increased subsidy asks that's coming later on in this conversation. So we are more than willing, we have been willing to be completely transparent and honest with the county, and especially the county finance team, as we go through this conversation, and of course, over the next couple of weeks or couple of months, however long it takes. So as we move on, so this has been a difficult year of transition for all involved in EMS, not just Nature Coast EMS, but every EMS provider nationwide. I'm pleased to report that Nature Coast EMS has operationally performed well, and am deeply disappointed that COVID issues impacting both transport volumes and the patient's ability to pay, staffing shortages that have occurred nationwide and locally, and recent significant wage increases, and I specify recent, as in the last 6 weeks, significant wage increases in surrounding counties and hospitals that provide the same level of staff that we do, EMTs and paramedics, have put us in this challenging position, led to this presentation today. As you know, we are a county-dependent organization supported by user fees and direct county appropriation. Our urgent request to me resulted from the news that we received that the proposed CARES funding from the county had been reduced to $300,000. And I don't know if that you remember, the last time I presented was mid-May. The tail end of the conversation, we had a conversation with Randy where we're trying to get an idea of if the 1.1 million that we were expecting was going to happen. Shortly after that conversation, it was about 2 weeks later, we found out that 1.1 million went to 800,000. And then just recently, it was about 2 weeks ago, that 822,000 went to 300,000, which virtually put us in this position that we're in today. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on this because I think you're well aware of what we've accomplished in the last 18 months. But what I really want to do is touch base on is remind you that we've done everything that you, as the Board of County Commission, have asked us to do, and we've done everything that we told you we would do. So I do want to look at the last bullet point, or second to last bullet point on this page, which is company culture. So our company culture is really our driving force, our value proposition that really sets us apart, not just here locally, but when compared to other EMS services. No, there's no real plateau to really compare it other than turnover. So our turnover has decreased significantly, 60%, and these are numbers, 60% since 2000, over the last 2 years, since 2018. 2 years ago, we were at 8.12%. Last year, we're at 3, and so far this year, for the first 6 months, we're at 3.6%. So we decreased our turnover, which has everything to do with our company culture, significantly, about 60% in the last 2 years. So with that, with the wage issue that I'll go on to, our value proposition to our employees is our organizational culture. This is something that most, wouldn't specify strictly governmental EMS services, but most EMS services take a lifetime to be able to do. There's a reason why employees come from outside of the county, and probably more than 50% of our employees drive from Marion County and Hernando County and Lake County and Sumter County, Pinellas County and Hernando County, where they're currently making 50% more than our employees here. There's a reason why they're driving 2 hours, 1 hour away, and there's a reason why they're still here today. So based on numerous factors that are completely beyond our control, and every one of these factors came out after we signed our amended contract in October 1 of 2020. So yes, we did get a subsidy increase of about $600,000 just about 14 months ago, based on projections and numbers that we presented to you then. But based on 12 months of numerous issues that have come about, a lot of them had everything to do with the COVID. The landscape has completely changed. So the numbers that we gave you that we would need, which would be the $846,000, was accurate at that time. But since then, there's been numerous factors that are beyond our control that clearly leads to this presentation right here. So we've done everything we said we would do and everything that's been expected of us. But the fact is, the situation has changed due to factors that are completely beyond our control. Number one, this time last year, or shortly before this time last year, our budget projections were created on the fact that there was 2 local hospitals, Seven Rivers and CMH. In June of 2020, the freestanding ED opened up. So that took transports from Beverly Hills that would go 14 miles in one direction, now down to 3 to 5 miles. It's reduced our billable revenue by about $161,000 per month. In addition to that, we've reduced our out-of-county transports since 2018 to 2020 by about 200 per month, which is about 2,400 per year. Our out-of-county transports are really, they're breadwinners, absolutely, because of the billable mileage that comes along with them from transporting a patient from CMH to Shands or CMH to Tampa General. We did that not because we wanted to. I mean, that's where the money's at. We did that to better focus on our response times, and we've done that. So in addition, so other factors that are beyond our control, I hate to remind you, but we are in a pandemic. We have been for 18 months. COVID has affected numerous professions, specifically healthcare professions, EMS and specifically. Some of these effects have had an impact on our customers' ability to pay. I've already alluded to that. It's decreased the ability of many of our customers to be able to pay their copay. And it's ultimately increased our self-pay. And Commissioner Carnahan, we talked about, I don't have the exact number pre-COVID, but it's 26% right now. The reality of that is every 4th patient that we transport to the hospital, we put a monitor on, start an IV, give fluids, give oxygen, and we transport them 9 to 14 miles to a local hospital. They're not going to pay. So unlike most professions and most businesses, we don't ask for their debit card when they get in the back of the truck. We put them in the back of the truck and say, where do you want to go? And we hope that they bill, and we may or may not see that revenue for 6 to 8 months. It's the reality of what we live in. It doesn't matter if that person calls 1 time per day or 3 times per day. So, relative to our self-pay, here it's relative to our demographics. And I don't want to go into what our county's demographics are because you know that better than what I do. But I will tell you that the national average for self-pay for EMS services through COVID is 10 to 15%. We're at a clip that's almost double that. In addition to factors that are beyond our control since we signed our amended contract is the minimum wage increase that starts in here in about 5 weeks. So our amended contract started on October 1, and the minimum wage change at the state level started shortly after that. So again, when we went into those discussions in October and we went to you and said we need an increase of $646,000, minimum wage talks had not come up at that point in time. So it was impossible for us to know that that was going to be a relative issue. So as you know, minimum wage is going to increase starting in this year, October 1, or starting September 31st, and it's going to go up to, was it $15 an hour through 2025. And then another factor that's completely beyond our control, and I know it's not your issue, but it's an issue relative to this conversation, is that we inherited an extremely high amount of debt burden. I mean, there's a maxed out $500,000 line of credit that we had. There is almost $500 million or $500,000, $500,000 in accounts payable on March 1st, 2020 that we've since chipped away at. It's now just over 200,000. We've inherited ambulances that are 10 to 15 years old that were running on 750,000 miles. You get the point. I mean, this comes with a great deal of cost to be able to work those burdens down and replace some of that equipment. No, you're good. So the bottom line is, you're good. The bottom line is I stand before you today not because we're looking for money to put in our pockets. We're a nonprofit company. I stand before you because we've revealed numerous issues that are completely beyond our control. So it's not that we couldn't balance a checkbook. It's not that we aren't ambassadors and clinical providers that are beneficial to this service that we're providing, that you asked us to provide. The bottom line is that without additional resources, Nature Coast EMS is not sustainable. And that's in the immediate future. That's a conversation for today. Relative to PPP, you're 100% right. We got that in 2020, which would have been last budget year. That was used for wages. That was used for the overtime expenses incurred by COVID. What was not an issue this time last year when we got the money for the PPP were wages. Our wages were comparable with everybody else. It was a mute conversation. The issue with wages didn't come up until 6 weeks ago. So the idea that we could have used PPP to inflate our wages to where they're comparable with everybody else, when we got the PPP, wages were.
Can I say something about
Yep.
that? Okay. I don't even think PPP should be brought into this because that was for a 2.5-month prorated period. And you cannot use PPP money for increasing wages. It is for your actually, it's a prorated amount. So I don't even think that should be brought into the equation, and I think it's unfair to bring that up. Because if you got $1 million, that meant you had this much payroll and this much mortgage and interest to cover and some very few utilities. We didn't even know at the first round if garbage was covered, so garbage pickup. So I just think that is just muddying the water.
You're exactly right. And the only reason why I brought it up because I knew it was going to be a question that was going to be asked.
Okay, I think it's muddying the water and it confuses the issue.
Okay.
I don't think it's muddying the water at all, and I'm going to tell you why I don't think that, because PPP money was supposed to be used for companies that were shut down, okay, and things of that nature. And unfortunately, that didn't happen. I'm not just blaming it on you, because I can bring up a bunch of companies that never shut down, are making more money than they ever made in their life, and they got a lot of money, okay? So, but that's free money that you guys found, okay? So that money does come into play, because what would happen if you didn't get that money?
You're exactly right.
Okay, so muddying out the water, that's BS, okay? Because that's money that was found and was given to you guys. Also, the money that we have given you guys who cares for. But if you didn't have that, we'd have been having this conversation
Right.
Okay.
No, and I get that.
And just, it was not used for companies that were shut down. It was a way to help companies that were affected by the pandemic.
Well, there's a lot of companies out there, and I can tell you Nature Coast wasn't affected by the pandemic because they've got more runs now than they ever have.
Oh, we've got more runs than now we ever had in the last
All right.
2
Thank you.
months.
Thank you.
Before that, that wasn't the case.
Okay.
So I wanted to clarify that as well. So, am I free to go on from that question?
Yes, sir. Go right
All
ahead.
So what this slide shows is our payer mix. And one thing I want to point out, you could read the slides to determine that we have 26% self-pay, 7% Medicaid MCO, 2% Medicaid, and 7% commercial. What I want to point out in this slide is this is the payer mix of this county right now. So looking at Marion County and saying that we could do better and the numbers would be different, you're comparing apples to oranges at that point. So this has everything to do with the demographics of this county. It doesn't matter if Nature Coast EMS is providing ambulance service and billing. The next service is going to come up with the same numbers. We have one of the most reputable billing companies out there that is making sure that we get every dollar we possibly can and we leave no money on the table. Also, I want to point out is that as costs, fuel, supplies, and equipment and labor increase, primarily in this conversation, we're going to allude to labor, revenue's going down. So we do know our self-care has gone up. We don't know to what extent, but the Medicare managed care, there is a higher population of uninsured. We all know that as well. So while costs continue to go up, primarily labor, revenue continues to go down. Again, something that nobody in this room or on a national stage would have been able to predict this with COVID. Yes, sir. So this brings us to a topic that you've heard a lot of voices about. The information on the slide itself, please omit. It's somewhat irrelevant in this conversation, but what I want to point out is prior to COVID, there was a shortage of EMTs and paramedics. I talked about it 2 months ago when I presented up here. This is a real thing, and this is a real thing that's completely exacerbated by 18 months of COVID. So before COVID is there's a high burnout rate. There's people actually coming into the profession, but 18 months through COVID, not just us, but every EMS service nationally, you can turn on Google and YouTube and be able to do your own research on this, but every EMS service is exhibiting people wanting to get out of this profession. I mean, let's face it, we're in the most uninhabitable environment relative to these type of patients. We're paid the lowest wages when you compare us to virtually any other healthcare profession and virtually any other profession entirely. So the propensity for people to want to not only not get into EMS, but stay in EMS has decreased, considerably increasing the idea or the reality of the EMT and paramedic shortage, not just here in Citrus County and Florida, but on a national level. There's 4 articles in the back of that presentation that really go into this a lot better than I can. And those are regionally specific articles and national articles as well. I think one of the articles is relative to Sunstar. So this is a real issue. It has everything to do with the conversation that we're going to go into in a minute. It really turns the scale to the law of supply and demand. So as supply goes up, demand goes down. I mean, that's just the natural way of life. So on this next stage, commissioners, I do want to apologize. I get it. I didn't understand it at that point, but I totally understand it now. You are 100% right. It's distasteful. And that was not the intent when I did it. Honestly, I just wanted to do it because it was relative to COVID. But we're going to skip right over it for this conversation.
I greatly appreciate
so
that.
I do apologize.
No one's death should be publicized or politicized or anything like that.
The way that you put it, I understand it. But when I did it, I wasn't thinking of it that way. So
I appreciate that, Scott.
No problem, sir. So on this slide here, I want to talk about the competitive landscape locally. So we are a sole provider for Citrus County. We have been since 2020. Relative to this county, there's one sole provider EMS service in Sumter County, which is about a 30-minute drive from here. And then there's fire-based services that hire single cert employees, Levy, Marion, Hernando, and obviously branching outwards from there to various types of EMS services. But We got the news right about 6 weeks ago, again, after we signed our amended contract, that overnight, Sumter AMR Institute, or the CBA, the union negotiated with Sumter AMR to increase their wages to the point where they're 56% higher than ours. And this is a true statement. I'm not making the numbers up. But their EMTs are starting out. They do the same exact job we do. They work in a very similar environment. They work in a system that's similar to ours that offers, 12 hours, 16 hours, and 24-hour shifts. Very similar dynamics from one service to the other. But the difference is an EMT that starts out with us today starts out at $9.21. That same EMT can go to Sumter County today and start at $14.50. Not included because the laws of supply and demand, so everybody's offering these mammoth sign-on bonuses. Sumter, for a paramedic, is offering a $12,000 sign-on bonus spread out over a year. Paramedic here, we offer a $3,000 sign-on bonus. It's about 25% less. That same EMT sign-on bonus in Sumter is $6,000, and we're offering $1,500. Now, some might say that, Sumter AMR, and they're in turmoil, and there's a high probability that they're going to lose their contract, so they're including their wages, and we get it. And you know what? That's probably the case. But we did a wage scale comparing 13 other services that hire a paramedic and EMT. Some of these are hospitals, like I think I got CMH, which hires an emergency department paramedic. Ocala Regional, which hires an emergency department paramedic. Marion County, Hernando County. All the relative fire stations, to make sure that this is an apples-to-apples conversation, are single cert employees. So the wage numbers here is not a fire medic. This is a paramedic in Marion County. So you get that. So the bottom line, when you look at all those numbers, is an EMT compared to those 13 services is paid 50% less than an EMT in those other 13 services. And this includes CMH, which is, a mile and a half from here. This includes Ocala Regional. This includes Sumter County. All the relative regionally specific services. So this is a good conversation. Paramedics are paid 52% less than those same 13 regions that I just specified. So this, I'll just give you a second, unless you read this slide here, because it's going to be able to explain it a lot better than what I can. And as you read it, I just want to summarize it real briefly. But according to Dr. Greg Margolis, who's the Director of Health Policy for the National Academies of Science, states that nationwide funding for EMS is inadequate, resulting in low wages and without additional remuneration, one can expect a turnover of 50 to 60%. In short, EMS is at a crossroads. We're not trying to fix the macro scale of EMS here, because we're not going to do that in a 30-minute conversation. But what we are trying to do is fix the regional issue that this creates. And I think we can all agree that this does create a regional problem. So recently, since those Sumter raises came out, we've lost 12 EMTs and paramedics in a matter of 6 weeks. Again, before that, I remind you, our turnover rate was 3.8%. I have not had the time to figure out what our turnover rate is with those 12 employees, but I'm scared to know. What scares me even more is what our turnover rate might be tomorrow or the next day if this problem isn't immediately solved, because that's the crossroads where we're at today. So my fear is that if we don't get some kind of resolution today that makes these people happy, there won't be people on ambulances. And again, I preface the idea that, yes, we have an amended contract where we asked for $640,000 more dollars, but every one of these points came out since then, and it's impossible to predict any of them. The biggest one, wages, came out less than 6 weeks ago. So all those other services that are on that chart, a couple charts back, Sunstar just instituted the $22.04 starting paramedic wage 2 weeks ago. Volusia County, I think, by my memory, but I think it's $19.99 3.5 weeks ago. This is a real-time issue. This is absolutely a real-time issue. We're behind the 8 ball. Absolutely behind the 8 ball. So why do I feel Nature Coast EMS still offers the county the best option? Of course, I'm a little biased, so I'm going to tell you that. But let me break it down a little bit more why I really feel that way. So we're subject matter experts. Over the last 18 months, I think we've proved that we can run an efficient, fiscally responsible, operationally driven, and a clinically oriented, sophisticated EMS service. You're not going to get that just by creating an EMS service. You're going to hope that you're going to get it. You don't know what you're going to get until after you create it, and that is the reality. With us, when it comes to those 4 points I just alluded to, we are a sure thing. We are clinically sophisticated subject matter experts in the field of EMS. We've proven that. We have an entrepreneurial drive to succeed. Hence, we've eliminated multiple administrative high-level positions to become more efficient. We cut loose anything that didn't produce anything that we needed to. Essentially, it was holding us back. So, in addition, potentially, we offer a cheaper retirement system when you look at other options like the Florida retirement system. We've also established tight and transparent finance processes to be able to create transparent records where we can make deductive and honest and good decisions. And ultimately, probably the biggest factor that nobody will probably bring up outside of this conversation is we want to be here. So there's a reason why EMTs and paramedics are here at a lower wage scale. There's a reason why. So there's other people in other professions, I'll namely say fire departments. They don't want to transport people on an ambulance. There's a reason why they're on a fire department, and that's been the problem. I'm not going to stereotype every fire department that has taken on this transition. You know probably better than I, but that has been a problem in multiple fire services. So the bottom line is you have a team of professionals right there and back there that want to do this in this county and for this service. There's a reason why they're still here. So what do I suggest? So obviously we need a resolution immediately, because again, my fear is if we walk out of here with an unfavorable outcome, you will not have staffed ambulances in the immediate future. And that is the reality. And again, probably for the fourth time, I preface this is based on a conversation, or these are based on factors that are completely beyond our control that came up well after we signed into that amended contract. So first and foremost, I suggest that we restore the $822,000 in CARES. So I don't want to get long-winded, but CARES went from 1.1 to 822. When it went to 822, we were confident that we could still make it through this budget year with 822.
All right, Scott, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So if we restore the 822, and when the CAS system's installed, how are you going to pay the 500,000?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
If we give you the 822, okay?
Right.
And when the CAS system's put in place, and we decided to, this board decided to divvy it up in thirds, okay? Fire, EMS, and sheriff, how are you going to pay the 500,000 for your share?
We have not determined that yet, but I'm happy to have that conversation with any of you to offer any suggestions on how we can do that.
Well,
I don't know.
It's your company, not ours.
Right, right.
I mean, so you're going to be responsible to pay your share of that.
Right.
And so that's the reason that we held back the 500 was to make sure the cash system was paid.
I think the problem lies in how it's allocated. So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think how the initial allocation when it came to the 822 was that law enforcement was going to pay for 50%, fire and EMS were going to pay the other 50%. So we're going to pay for 25%. And I'm pretty sure how the
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And I'm pretty sure that's how the 822 was derived and presented.
Yeah, one of the notes I've made here is that had the CAD system been paid for as the board initially supported, 50 out of fire and 50 out of the sheriff's office, we wouldn't be having this discussion at all. We were talked into that, no, you can't go down this road, you can't do it because of accounting purposes, and so we found an avenue that worked. Ultimately, what happened is we ended up taking a bunch of CARES money and putting it into a fire reserve account. Had we found a better way to utilize that money rather than sticking it in a reserve account, this conversation would not be going on. So I am tending to lean more and more towards getting back to that 822 that they anticipated.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
That I have the same exact recollection as Commissioner Kennard, and in fact, I went on record when I voted for the third. I said, naturally, we will have to make Nature Coast whole on the difference, but at least the difference on what they should have paid for the CAD versus the third. Not should have, but had anticipated paying for the CAD versus the third, which I believe is $125,000. So, because a third would have been 375, or excuse me, 25% would have been 375 versus 500.
Yes, if you recall, there was an initial discussion, and then subsequently, Colleen Scott and myself came back and said that based on the apportionment methodology that we thought complied with generally accepted accounting principles, we recommended 25, 25, and 50 to the sheriff, and that was based on the number of dispatchers in the 911 center. We felt that was a better methodology. The board subsequently decided that they felt that the best approach was a third, and we implemented what you directed us to do.
It wasn't a discussion, we voted.
You did?
Yeah. We
Third,
voted
third,
ini-
third.
No, we voted initially to support 50/50.
And we got beat.
And then it was brought back to the board that this doesn't meet generally accepted accounting principles, and we want to revisit it. So it was more than a discussion. So I don't want to just downplay that, yeah, there was some general discussion about it. We had a vote, and the vote was 50% from the sheriff, 50% from the fire. And ultimately, it is still a bit of an irritant to me that we took so much CARES money and it ended up in a reserve account.
Commissioner Kitchen, you got anything?
No, sir, Mr. Chair, just enjoying the discussion and waiting to hear all everybody's got to say.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Scott. Go ahead.
So restore the 822
Okay.
and CARES. As I alluded to before, we had the conversation with Colleen and Randy. We are more than happy, and actually we implore it, to sit down with us and go through our fiscal year 2022 budget line item and see if there's anything that we can change or alter to be able to decrease our increased subsidy request. We're more than happy to do that. Actually, we ask you to do that. And then last but not least, where this conversation ultimately going, we know that there's going to be an increase in subsidy need because of the wages that I've already alluded to. So we cannot provide the service that you want us to, that the community needs on paying people $9.21. And based on all these factors that are completely beyond our control, for the fifth time I bring it up, is based on the fact that every one of these factors came out before we went to you and asked for an increase of 646.
Scott, it
Yes, sir.
supported an increase in subsidies. What is that number?
Right now, we're looking at about $1 million. So we don't have the final number only because we just started union negotiations to talk about wages. We just got their proposal last week. Their proposal is going to line close to this. There's things that we think that we could do that could potentially decrease it slightly, but because we have not given the union back our counter proposal, we have not come to the table to be able to talk on it because we didn't have the money to do that. But we should have that here wrapped up pretty soon. But it's going to be, as of right now, where it stands is about $1 million. So we know.
But based on the budget that he gave you, if he gave you the same one he gave me Monday, it's 768, 476 of additional subsidy with the 522 roughly. It's a 1,290,476. 476. Now, I would note that today is August the 24th. If I was coming into you with salary increases today, I don't think that would be good.
Chair, can I ask okay. I do want to say something, no disrespect to you, but EMS was affected by the pandemic because we had people that could not pay their bill. And to say that you were not affected, I also, not that I'm a big, obviously I'm fighting for you, for our EMS, but I have to just be fair and say, of course you were affected. And that's why I keep bringing these little things up. Not that I want to fight with, my chair. It's just, I think that that's important as a business owner to know that I had tons of people that could not pay their bill. And that affected us. And yes, we weren't going out of business, but you're darn close to it when you got a bunch of people that can't pay their bills. So that is something that you couldn't foresee. I was not on the board when you asked for this money because I got a date of September 2020. So, there are maybe, you could tighten up a little bit on your financials, but you're also EMS. You're not necessarily financial wizards, but I'm not to be disrespectful, but.
We have a very good financial team.
And I
We
know you do,
absolutely
but we need, maybe they could be a little, in September 2020, you were in the thick of it. Maybe that would have been a time to say, okay, let's project what we might be losing in revenue of billable hours. That being said, $1.1 million in CARES Act, he had mentioned that number several times. Why did it go from 1.1 million to 822?
We
And
took
wait,
off
and
the
my second-
labor
My
for the
second
county.
question is, what is 25% of the amount that Commissioner Kennard originally proposed?
That 500,000 difference between the 822 and the 300 we paid them.
No, what is 25% of the CAD? What is that figure?
I don't have that number, but I can tell you the difference between the methodology that we recommended and the methodology, and it was clearly stated in the email that it was subject to board approval, and we adjusted it when you all changed it to a third.
Right, but I want to know, what is 25% of the CAD system? How much is the CAD
It's
system?
about $3 million, roughly.
So
I don't-
25% of 3 million. So, okay, I'll figure that out. And then, the one going from 1.1 million down to 822 is labor? What did you say?
That's a labor that was it was set forth in the contract. It's set forth in the subsidy agreement.
Subsidy. And
This
we
is
wanted
all
the
great
same.
to me.
Yeah,
We wanted the same thing.
labor for what?
They took the subsidy out of our allotment of CARES, if Randy would clarify.
Yes, it was, this was for labor expenses, and of the subsidy amount, 300 and change was for labor. So we took the 300 and change out of there for labor, and that was what we represented to the board when we brought it to you, and the Nature Coast agreed to. That's how we got to the 822.
And you brought it to me.
Mm-hmm.
And when did you bring this to me?
This would have been the first go-around when this came up. I can pull the documentation if you like.
Yeah.
Commissioner Kennard?
Randy, what, or I guess Scott can answer this question as well. I don't have it right here in front of me. I'm sure it's in the presentation. What is the subsidy that we agreed to? Was it 14 months ago?
846, I believe it is.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah.
I've got it here.
846. And so what I'm hearing is that the county, absent CARES money, the county did not give them a subsidy of 846.
We did. We absolutely did.
But hang on. Now, you just said that we deducted labor out of their CARES Act money.
No, the subsidy, and let me pull the contract. What we do on the subsidy, it was 8 something, and I have to pull the contract. I think I've got it. Yeah, here it is. I give you the exact numbers. The total subsidy paid to Nature Coast for 2021 will be 846,623. Taken out of that were payments that they would make back to us as part of the
Okay.
contract.
Okay.
Rather than them having to make those payments back to us, which were the cost for the radio system that they bought, that's the hardware that goes in their ambulances, the cost for the radio maintenance for the sheriff, for the dispatch center. We took the building lease out, okay, because we financed that, and we took the fire insurance premium because they did not have an insurable interest, because we're now the owner of the building. So 846,623 was the gross amount, and the net amount was 897, 852, but please remember, they are residing in that building, if you look at the 897, 852 for free,
And Randy,
397.
Randy, and what was the debt that we took on from the building?
I'm trying to
'Cause
remember.
that has to be added in too that we give them.
Yeah, we financed that. I don't remember that number off the top of my
Rented the
head.
buildings every month.
I don't recall the number.
Okay, so this is another reason why I'm confused, is because if it's 25%, which, you know, I could have done that in my head, it's $750,000, but we only charged, we charged them a third, but we got to $500,000, so,
A third is $1 million of 3 million.
right.
Okay, and
But we only did
25,
500,000 to, it took off of that.
it was a difference of $25,000 the way it was done, based on the numbers that I recall.
But we were saying they needed to pay $1 million, but we only took 500,000 out of the 822.
Well, that's because we already took money from them under the 25%.
Okay, this is, okay.
And the leases are deducted from our subsidy.
Yes,
Okay,
the lease for the building is, not for the ambulances,
Yes.
because you have that
Yeah,
direct.
That's on us.
Well, I'm just gonna, I'm sorry to interrupt, skip one more time. I'm just gonna lean now, I was going lower number, but now I'm gonna lean closer to the 822. I was gonna try to propose something around the $500,000 mark, but now, that's where I'm standing.
I have a point of clarification.
Hold on one second, let me make sure she's finished.
I'm sorry, I'm finished, thank you.
It's along those same lines. Mr. Oliver, you just said that we already took the 25% allocation? That's 750,000?
No, we took the, what we originally proposed to get the 822 was based on the 25% allocation. The 50% allocation brought the number down to a little over 300,000. That's what the difference
But the
was, because that
difference-
was my
The difference
understanding.
between 750 and $1 million is 250,000, not 500.
It's of the total $3 million, it's a percentage that
Colleen, come on up.
Colleen may be able to help.
Let's give her a chance at this.
Oh, we heard Randy say a little
Numbers in
help.
front of us. So when we originally were doing the CAD system, I think it was like 2.9 million. Then the sheriff came in and it was 3.066.
And it was actually 2 million that we started on.
It
Yes.
started out as 2 million, that is
That's right,
correct,
2 million, and then it went to 2.9.
Yeah,
because they added records management.
That's right.
yeah. So the original allocation was 25, 25, 50. Then we found out the CAD system was 3 million. So 25% of that was like 766,000.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've already figured out the math in my
Okay.
head. If we went from 2 to 3, 25% of 2 was
But-
500,000, and so if that's what we took from them already, then we went to 3 million, and a third of that, then the delta is 500,000.
So when we went to 1/3, it was $1 million each. But then we also, the net of what we were providing Nature Coast, their subsidy less all their maintenance for the CAD and the building, so that the net was like 396, I think. So that's what we're trying to recoup,
Can
if
I
that
ask
all
one
makes sense.
I'm done.
Thank you, Colleen.
Yeah, I think we're dealing with like 3 different numbers at different points in time.
And I'm sorry that I have been part of this process I wanted to listen to the CPAs and do what is correct, but now I'm regretting that, which, okay, because we went from $2 million, which really, historically, the EMS has been responsible for 25% of that service, but they were only being charged like 15 or 12%, and now we're getting them to pay a third of it, which is same with fire. How much does the fire and the EMS really get from this CAD system? And also, is it fire and EMS's responsibility to cover the additional million that the sheriff has asked for? So this is why I'm a little apprehensive and confused about all this.
So I just want to point out that, yeah, we all expected 2 million at first, then it went to 3 million. And we were trying to do an equitable allocation. So we
Right.
did it on dispatch. And both the fire and Nature Coast have like 4 dispatchers. And so that's,
I think that part that's why I wanted to follow suit from your recommendation, which I'm always gonna follow you, Colleen, because you're brilliant. So I'm always gonna follow you down that road. But now that it's been increased to the amount that it's been increased to, and then seeing the struggle that they're in, and then trying to say, oh, you can't rob Peter to pay Paul, we are in a desperate situation now, and I think that we need to put a Band-Aid on this situation. That's where I'm standing, and I might be all alone in these thoughts, but this is where I am.
Or possibly a tourniquet.
Yeah, but I want our citizens to feel safe and know that when they call for an ambulance, it's gonna be there, and right now, I feel worried for you.
I feel worried for the population of 150,000 that's depending on us to be there. I mean, that's the reality. And I do want to clarify, and I think you alluded to it, Ruthie, is that the records management system, we do not use. That's a law enforcement use purpose only.
so, and then the other point is staffing. I think the payroll is going to be an issue, but also there's, I believe, duplicate. So the sheriff allocates 5 dispatchers, but then Nature Coast has 5 controllers, which are dispatchers. So there seems to be duplicate of efforts, and that's.
Yeah, yes and no. So they're not just controllers or dispatchers or anything anybody else wants to term them. They have a lot to do with our internal quality assurance functions in order for us to be able to meet our contractual obligations. So they monitor that in real time. They make changes that dispatch hasn't been able to and can't do on the fly. Now, there was a discussion yesterday that maybe the new CAD system can do potentially what they do, but that's not going to be done this year, and it probably won't be done next year. I mean, that's not going to be anytime soon. So in order for us to meet our performance measures in our contract, and it's been well demonstrated because I've been running with the same dispatch function since 1997 in this county, is that we need that control if you want us to be able to make these performance requirements. If you don't want us to make it, then yeah, we don't need that. But this is an essential function. Aside from quasi-dispatch functions and anything else, they also do a lot with our scheduling. So currently, because we're short-staffed, our battalion chiefs are physically on an ambulance. So they do our scheduling, which is what the battalion chiefs would normally do, which also I think we can all agree on is better to do it in a controlled environment at a computer terminal versus in an F-150 driving 60 miles an hour. So they also do our management service or our record services were our narcotics, which is in a controlled environment. We don't have the ability because our battalion chiefs are on an ambulance, so we would need somebody to do that. So there are a lot of other multifocal functions that control does other than just dispatch, if that makes sense.
I've got one question. Scott, you gave us a budget that in 21-22 showed that you needed additional subsidy of 768,476. Are you saying that that is the correct number and the board can take that to the bank, if you will?
Randy, I've had a lot of conversations over the last couple of days. In the conversation we had yesterday,
Well, on your sheet, it's showing a total subsidy of $1,626,292. Is that the number?
so we think it's going to be significantly less than that. For one, as soon as we increase our staffing, we're going to have the ability to take on these out-of-county transports, which is going to generate a lot of revenue. Now, how much that's going to be, we honestly don't know. We think we'll be able to start it and be able to put it in or increase our staffing to the point where we can take on about 50% of those out-of-county transports. Does that answer your question?
The reason that I asked the question is earlier you said that that number may go up.
No, it may go down.
Okay.
And it may go down based on the conversations we have with the collective bargaining agreement, the union discussions over the next couple of weeks. So for obvious reasons, I can't tell you what the proposal is because I haven't told them. So we think there's a good possibility that it may go down. When we built this, this was a worst-case scenario. Absolutely. That's what we should do.
All right, Commissioner Kitchen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, as you know, it's very difficult to make decisions with changing and conflicting information. So I've heard 3 times at least asked, what is the amount of the subsidy needed? And I have not heard an answer. You know, it may go up, it may go down, it could be this, it could be that. And as Randy pointed out earlier, we're less than, what, a week away from the beginning of the fiscal year. So you're coming in and you're saying you need $1 million+ with a week's notice to move forward on a budget that you've had all this time to work on. So the 2 things that bother me, one was the comment was made that EMS did everything we asked. I don't believe they did. One of the things that we said is we wanted them to hire a CFO. They did not do that. They hired a consultant from the company that did their analysis. I also
Kitchen?
His time ran out.
CFO that we recommend. So, I'm sorry, I missed something.
Go ahead. We lost you there for a second, but we got you now.
Oh, okay. So the point that I'm making is that, okay, whatever it is,
Huh? Commissioner Kitchen? Commissioner Kennard, you got something?
Can I answer?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and chime.
One second.
Oh.
Go ahead and come up to Commissioner Kennard.
I've got to tell you, after I had a conversation with Scott this morning, as I said, and I've talked with Randy fairly extensively about this. I had come in here today planning to try and buy a little bit of time for us to come to a little bit more solid numbers and get some options on the table. Right now, there's not another good option on the table. I believe that notwithstanding Commissioner Kitchen's concerns about getting the financial house in order, I think Nature Coast has done what we've asked them to do. I can tell you that since we went through all of this 14 months ago, I've not had a single phone call or email complaining about the service that somebody's gotten from Nature Coast. And that was not the case before we started talking about it, before we dove into this last September. The calls or emails were almost weekly at that point. And not one in 14 months speaks volumes about what you've done there and the staff that you've got out on the road. I said at the start of this that I know that it's frustrating for those folks to sit and go through all this process. We're going to get this worked out one way or another. At this point, I am inclined to go the direction to get you back to the 822 so that you can handle the issues that need to be handled. You know, the county, it hasn't hit us yet, hasn't come to this board yet, but the county's got our own labor issues we got to deal with. So labor and labor costs are an issue for everybody. And, you know, when one of the frustrations that we had with the previous director of Nature Coast was that we never got this kind of feedback. We never got feedback saying, hey, you know, we can't make it on what we're getting right now, getting real-time feedback. It was simply, you know, 3, 4 years down the road, hey, this organization's in the tank, you guys need to rescue it. Well, it would have been nice to get a little bit of feedback periodically going, we're in trouble, here's why we're in trouble with this. We've got a lot of stuff to work out. The finances, I'm still not comfortable in, what's before us today. I know that Randy is not comfortable with it. I've not made the time. I will make the time to talk with both cities. You guys provide all the ambulance service for the cities as well. If there is going to be any serious readdressing of what we're doing here, I would like to hear. I know we're providing the supplement, but I would like to hear what their thoughts are. I have a tremendous amount of respect for both city managers. So anyway, that's where I'm at today.
Back to Commissioner Kitchen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologize. Love the technology. I guess all I'm trying to say, and I guess we're all getting to the same point, is what's it going to take to fix it and be done with it? And we all need to be on the same page with that information, that data. And as you recall, there's all kinds of different options out there. And what we were looking for is the data to support whatever decision we move forward with. So I think we're back to that crossroads to say, what do we have to do to keep everything afloat? But in the meantime, we now need to go back and say that we can't fix it once and for all every year. There's got to be some kind of plan here that's sustainable. And we're all, I think, talking about the same thing. But we just can't all of a sudden dig in and say, oh, we miscalculated. Here's $1 million we need. So where's it coming from? So whether it's that we go back to 822, but let's keep in mind, all this subsidy came about because we took away the debt that they had. Remember, we took over the debt on the building. We took over the issue with the ambulances and insurance and stuff. So Nature Coast was in an unsustainable position. We stepped up. We did all of that. And I still must say, and I guess you heard my other comment, I'm still concerned that they didn't hire a CFO. Because it seems to me that I just heard Commissioner Kennard as we came back on, yeah, we wanted somebody to keep us in the loop. So to me, 7 days before the end of the budget, asking for $1 million is not keeping us in the loop. This is the kind of thing that should have been seen way down the road, particularly as we get to this. So I just want to say, let's just not keep throwing money at something because people try to demagogue this. And you guys know what I feel about demagoguery, so we'll let that fly. But the issue has to be once and for all. Let's put this behind us so that this is a core function of government, as far as I'm concerned. But it's not something that we just break out the checkbook and write a check for another $1 million or $2 million or $3 million because somebody dropped the ball on a calculation someplace. So let's make sure that we have good, solid financial numbers moving forward, and we find a way to fund it to do what we have to do, and we quit putting out these fires over and over again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Davis.
I was going to address Commissioner Kennard's point about the two city managers. I did hear from them, and they are in favor of Nature Coast. So it's secondhand information, but I'll just let you know that. As far as getting them back to 822, I am in favor of that. What I am liking from what I'm hearing from Nature Coast is that they're going to sit down with Ms. Scott, who I trust implicitly, her group, to fine-tune that budget as well as possible. And I do believe that you have been put up against real-time changes that are happening in this last month. And so that's why this is a critical thing. And as far as the allocation goes for the CAD system, you guys are a nonprofit and we subsidize you. So if we're looking over your books and making sure that you are running as tight and lean as possible, then it doesn't really matter what that is, what the CAD allocation is. We're still on the hook for supporting you in your mission to keep our citizens safe. So I do like the fact that you want to sit down with Ms. Scott, and I think that that's very important to make sure that we are going forward in this new world that we've all been handed. So,
All right, the questions I have for Nature Coast today is, because I hear put a Band-Aid on it, put a tourniquet on it. No, it needs to be fixed, okay? And the problem I have is I'm not so sure if we give you this money, you're sustainable. So we can't even get a good number. And, for us to understand what we have to do is we've got to have a number. So if we walked out of here today saying, okay, we're going to give you the 822, and again, I'm not so sure I'm leaning that way yet, because I would actually like time to let our people run numbers too, to see what it's going to cost. Because as of right now, what I'm hearing, no one knows what it's going to cost. Nobody here today can give us a number of what it's going to cost to fix this, to make sure it never, it doesn't come back in front of us. Okay, and what's scary is when you look at what you have in the bank and look at your payroll, even if we give you the 822, that's going to be gone pretty quick. We've taken on a lot of debt of you guys, okay? So, it's a deep hole, and I'm not so sure you get out of the hole. I've seen a lot of businesses in this situation, and you can keep throwing money, but when you have a payroll and you don't have cash in the bank, you're tapped out on your line of credit, it's a hell of a hole to get out of. So that's what's scary to me right now, this position. So, if we said today, okay, we're going to take 2 weeks, we're going to put it on the next agenda item, can you sustain 2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. How many days can you sustain, continue running?
We're gonna have a hard time at the end of the month where we got, three pay periods, so, at the end of September, so the end of September is gonna be rough. So we think we can make it, but it's gonna be rough. And that's where this conversation is for.
Even if we give you the 822, that's gonna be gone pretty quick too.
It'll get us through the end of the year.
Okay, then what's gonna happen?
Oh, we're having this
So
conversation.
Again, there's a lot of things that I think has to be answered. It goes back to the CAS system. We got shot down 3-2 on that, okay, of paying for it out of that reserve. So do we bring that back to the board and try another shot at it on how we're gonna pay for the CAD system?
Who could bring that back, Chair?
Oh, I can
Any of y'all can bring it
Yeah, I'll
back.
put
I know,
I'll
but
put it on my
it has to
agenda.
be somebody that,
No, I'll put it on my agenda, bring it
'Cause-
right back to the board.
because if I voted for it, I couldn't bring it back.
Anybody, we all voted for it,
No, it was a 3-2 vote,
correct?
so
The person that put it on can't bring it back.
okay.
It has to be
okay,
somebody voting in the affirmative.
Correct, okay.
Okay,
Okay,
that
so
would be.
I could put it back on my agenda and bring it back. Okay, but again, we need a number.
I got your number.
I don't, how did you get the number just sitting up there? I mean, because
No,
we've been
I've-
asking
I've-
3 or 4
I've
times.
had the number
Well,
the
it's
entire-
1.6, but it could be less, and I want a number.
1 million, it's the number at the very bottom of the sheet.
Right, but it's 1 million plus the subsidies we're already giving you, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so what is that number?
1,026,292,000 plus the.
Plus what we've already given you.
872.
So
We don't do numbers on the fly. That's how you get in
that's what's
trouble.
scary. That's what's scary to me.
But the
You
one
can't.
thing I do want to point out, so everybody is clear on this, whatever you give them an additional subsidy, that's going to turn into millage next year, and it's roughly a tenth of a mil.
Oh,
Well, I'm telling you the obvious.
imagine that.
imagine that.
Just because you lost on that, you don't have to keep bringing it up, okay? You were gonna rob Peter to pay Paul, that'll come up at a different time. Commissioner Kennard.
It doesn't always mean an increase in millage.
Exactly.
There is
Agreed.
new growth. One developer in the county has sold over $130 million in real estate in the last 12 months. So just because the cost of running operations in the county increases does not mean that you have to increase the millage rate. There is new growth. We're a growing community. So we'll have that discussion next year. What I want to find out right now is, we're talking about bringing this, the request was to bring this back to the 822, and you said that would get you through the end of the year. Is that the end of the calendar year or the end of the fiscal year?
Fiscal year.
And your fiscal year ends the end of September?
That's correct.
One
Okay.
month.
So that would last you for 1 month. And so then what you're saying is that in
And-
addition,
Can I clarify? And
Yeah.
anything that's sitting there on September 30th of this year, will roll over into October 1st.
Okay, but it doesn't sound like you're expecting much to be sitting there.
I would think there'd be a good amount sitting there. I mean,
I do want to, I too heard about the $500,000 line of credit that is maxed out and sitting there. But I do want to also give you credit where it's due. You told us about another line or loan that has been paid down roughly $300,000 in 14 months. That's significant. That's progress.
and can I add that line of credit that was maxed out, we also just paid down probably about $90,000 over the last few months. We had a sale of a house of $80,000. We applied that, or $75,000, I apologize. We applied that entire amount towards the line of credit, and I think we've made 2 or 3 principal plus interest payments, about $15,000 or so, $12,000.
Okay. All right.
So we've dropped it about 20%.
So how much debt have you taken on with new ambulances on the leases? And have you been current on those payments?
Absolutely, just over $1 million. But that
And you've been
includes-
current on every payment?
Yes.
You haven't been late on any?
It's auto-drafted out of our checking account.
That's not consistent with the financials, the bank
It's not,
statement I
that's
got.
It's absolutely fair. This is business here. This is not a feel-good thing. This is business, okay? And again, I'm not, listen, everything's got to be put on the table because we can't put a Band-Aid on it. It's got to be fixed. We want you to succeed,
Chair, can I say something?
okay? We want you to succeed. And you can't do numbers on the fly. I agree with our administrator. And until I have a number in front of us that we know is going to fix it, and we know that we can budget every year, okay? And you know, another thing, I agree with other commissioners. I mean, we've already sent the millage out. So where's this money going to come from? Now, I mean, we can find it, I'm sure. But as a business, running a business, you see down the, I mean, this wage thing has been going on for a long time.
No, it hasn't, Commissioner. No, it absolutely has not.
Randy, have we been looking at at what's been going on in Tallahassee on minimum wage and things? And have we been looking at how we're going to get to where we are?
Well,
And have we already been adjusting for that?
The minimum wage bill passed November the 3rd
Correct.
of 2020. It's incremented $1 a year.
Correct, but
The
we have
Sumter
already-
County thing may have just come up in the last couple of weeks.
Correct. But again, as a business owner and knowing that you're going to have to get your wages up, the county has already been being proactive on doing things.
We've already planned it so that we have a
Correct.
phased implementation, so we will make the target
Correct.
required
So
each
that's
year.
where I'm getting at. I
Okay.
mean, everybody
Yeah,
knew it was coming. Everybody
Right.
figured it was going to pass. So we've already been working to put those in places.
I follow you.
That's kind of where I'm going with that. I'm not
Okay.
what other people have done. So again, I need a number in front of me. I mean, I'm not going to go by the fly. I'm not just going to pull a number out of the air and say, well, it could be less than that. It could be more than that. We've got to have a number in front of us. And it's simple. And again, it's very scary to hear that the 822 is only going to get you to September, into September. Again, I think the county has to have time. Randy has to have time with his team also to put a plan in place to see what's, if something does fail, we've got to be ready to go also. So, Commissioner Davis.
Slayball.
I wonder why they get us confused all the time.
I know. I
There is
agree.
Davis in
I
there.
do agree with what the chair is saying, that we need a real number. I do feel that that we need to supply this service. We're not in the position, we don't have any backup for this. This is important for our citizens. It's important for every one of us up here. I don't agree with money on the fly, and if you're gonna be late on anything like that, they're gonna know about it. So just unfortunately, I really feel bad for the position you're in, because people don't pay their bills. And you're also regulated by the state of how much you can get, and you only had three out of 4 that are paying cash, that you're actually getting the price that you would need to run a business properly. There's so many different fingers in this that it's not a quick fix, and I do feel bad, but you do need to get your financial house in order, and that's why, with Colleen and utilize that. If you're paying more for your for consultants, get a CFO. I mean, think proactively to fix this house. And because we want our citizens to get the proper service, which you do, and all of you guys do, and I'm so thankful for you. And I wish that we could pay you, that you could pay your employees more, but the chair is absolutely right. We have to have a hard number. And what is that? And can you get that number to us so that we could make a proper decision?
Commissioner Davis?
Couple things keep getting thrown around, which is not what I heard Scott say. I heard him say that 822 would get him through end of year, not end of September. And this number of 1.6 million needed from the county is the highest number, and that he'll work with our staff to reduce that. I also am perturbed that I have not heard anything about being late on ambulance payments from either our county administrator or in our agenda.
They sent
Where is
this
it?
to us yesterday from Southern State. It shows a late charge of $153.33. I just got it yesterday.
Okay.
I'll pay the 153 for
I'll
it.
have to research that, because our ambulance payments are
And
automatic.
And Commissioner Davis, real quick, remember now, their end of the year is at the end of September.
I'm sorry, this is the line of credit.
I understand that their end of year is end of
That's
September.
what it's gonna get them to, not the end
No,
of the
it's
year.
September 30th their year.
No, he
Correct.
said end of calendar year, I thought.
No, it's
Fiscal year.
September 30th.
September 30th.
Okay, I misunderstood that because right before that, you said end of September.
Fiscal year.
You had said that you could make it, as what I understood you to say, just so everybody realizes why I thought this.
Right.
Okay, I heard you say that without the 822, it would be tight, but you thought you could make it through end of September with 3 pay periods. And then further, with the 822, you could make it to end of year, and you did not say fiscal, so I
Okay.
assumed calendar, because the prior comment was without 822, you can make it to September 30th. So which is it?
Fiscal year.
Fiscal year, so
Yes.
you can only make it to the end of September with the 822.
We can make it a little bit further, but it's gonna be tight.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
yes, and I do agree with, wholeheartedly with Commissioner Schleybaugh, not Davis, that you have, the progress you've made in service has been absolutely admirable, but the financial stuff has got to step up to the plate, because we can't, and this has been an enormous amount of challenge recently, and I completely understand that. And I believe you said something to me in our meeting yesterday, that the county essentially is, if you guys go, if anything happens to put you guys out of business, we essentially own all your assets and all your debt.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So it would behoove us to help you survive unless we think we could do a better and cheaper job bringing it into the fire.
We don't agree with that statement.
Yeah,
but
I
I think
guarantee
that's a
you that.
legal determination that we hopefully won't have to look for.
Okay,
I would challenge you.
just laying it all out on the table.
Well, that's very disturbing that you would tell a commissioner that if you guys go out of business, that we're gonna take your debt on. Hey, we've already taken half your debt on. I guarantee you right now, we'll fight you tooth and nail on that. I mean, come on. We can't help that you got an ambulance service where you're redoing ambulances and things like that. We didn't do any of that. You guys did all that stuff. Okay, we didn't get into your line of credit and things like that. So to make those statements is very disturbing. Okay, because it's not the taxpayers, it shouldn't go on the taxpayers' back. And that's scary. That's scary. Commissioner.
Well, hopefully at some point here, we can bring this in for a landing and come to a conclusion on this. I don't like the idea of sitting up here and, kicking them in the teeth for some things that, not all, but some things, the majority of this, is out of their control. They did not negotiate the Sumter County wage contract. They did not presumably support the minimum wage hike in the state. Those are two biggies. Those are two biggies that are affecting this industry. We have heard before that there's a nationwide shortage of EMTs and paramedics. That puts pressure on salaries. He very well could have let this drift along and come back to us and said, we're in an abysmal situation again. He didn't do that. They're coming forward and saying, these are things that are happening, if you guys want to continue to have an EMS system going forward for the next 5 weeks, 6 weeks, I need X amount of dollars to get us to that October 1st date. We know there are labor issues. I've already mentioned it. We've got labor issues of our own that we've got to deal with. I think, first of all, I think it was unfair that we ended up taking, putting millions of dollars in a reserve account when we could have settled all of this with that. I know you did. That money, rather than, that still sits in a reserve account, hopefully, could have settled all of this. But it didn't. That's water under the bridge at this point. I would support getting them back to that 822. The folks that are riding those trucks tonight, tomorrow, and between now and the end of September need to know that this isn't necessarily the end of it. We have got to figure out what that final number is, get everybody on the same page with it. But one way or another, that we're going to support an ambulance service in the county. But in the meantime, he's coming forward asking for a stopgap measure, and I would support it.
Okay, I've got the numbers, and I don't know if you want to make a motion now or you want to bring it back. That's up to you. It was 822, 852 was the amount. We paid them $300,741.67. So the difference is 522,110.33.
What is it, 520?
110.33, and you would direct us to take it out of fire reserves.
All right. So here, I'll make that motion, that we go ahead and pay them 522,110.33, take it out of fire reserve, and that we also come back in 2 weeks with a solid number on what it's going to take. And Randy, I also want us to look at the numbers also, because I think that we've got to have options here. And I think so we need to look at all options and put them on the table. And this board has to make a decision, and I think that gives everybody time to get where we need to be.
All right, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Randy, making this motion, or making this suggestion that we pull that money directly out of fire reserves to fund Nature Coast EMS. Do you feel like that is, like there's an argument to be made for doing that? Or is that setting a trap for, you guys directed us to do this, so we did it?
Well, what somebody's going to look at is what the methodology under it is. Okay, and as I said before, we were comfortable with the 50, 25, 25 because we thought there was a reasonable methodology on that. I mean, you can make a case. I mean, half those reserves came from the MSTU, half of them came from the BU. Okay, but remember that the TU and the BU are only paid by the citizens in the unincorporated areas of the county. They aren't paid for by anybody who resides in the two cities, but yet Nature Coast services are provided countywide, regardless of whether it's in the city or in the unincorporated areas.
Why? I didn't mean to interrupt you. Why would we not instead pull that money out of general fund reserves?
I think you're going to be challenging the rating agencies. You're going to pull your general fund reserve below 17%, which right now the rating agencies are looking very strongly at reserves because of the financial issues that some other governmental entities are having. But you know, I'm being asked to come up with a recommendation on the fly. That's the easiest one. If you can give us 2 weeks to come back at the 14th meeting, I can do a more in-depth analysis and give you a better assessment.
Scott?
Yes, sir.
Would you be okay with the 2 weeks to give them time to find the money?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'll come bring you that number.
Okay.
All right. So then I'm going to pull my motion, okay? So you think you can sustain for 2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's the 14th of September to be precise. I think that's 3 weeks.
Okay? So you can sustain for 3 weeks and come back and give us a solid number, and that also gives our administration time to do their analysis also. Hold on. You good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Slayball?
And Scott, you're good with the 3 weeks? This is the time to be completely
It's gonna
transparent.
be tight.
Okay, well
gonna
then
be
you
real
need-
tight. It's the reason why we're
We
here.
could always call an emergency meeting, correct?
I can do that.
Correct? Yeah.
But, Madam Attorney, you did have something to say. Was that before I pulled my motion?
It was just there was no second, that's all.
Right.
I will call Randy immediately when we feel that it's not okay.
Here's the thing, we shouldn't be making day-to-day decisions
No.
like this.
Right.
I mean, you know,
Agreed. You know, the bottom line is, can you sustain for the time?
Yes.
Okay, there's your answer, okay. And Randy, and Commissioner Kennard, I have had some good conversations with city members over this, okay? And my recommendation was going to be, today, is to have Randy reach out to both cities and have the administration of both cities, the two managers and Randy have a sit-down meeting and have a conversation.
So I do want to clarify, we're talking about sustaining financial feasibility, just business side. So what I do want to reiterate, and I addressed this multiple times, is that my fear is that tomorrow or the next day, we're going to have mass exodus of employees, and I still feel that's going to happen. Now, I can't sustain providing a service with no people. There's absolutely no way that I can do that, and I can't promise you that aspect. So the conversation was just based on the fact that what money in the bank to be able to pay
Well,
payroll.
here's what I would say, and I see some of them shaking their head, and I'm not gonna be in fear of that, okay? As somebody that has to be responsible for the taxpayers' money, what we're asking for is to come back with a solid number. What it's gonna take for you to be sustainable, what it's gonna take you to get them their wages, and so we can say yay, okay? We want you again to be successful, okay? But again, when you don't have that number in front of us, I'm not gonna do numbers on the fly, just not gonna have it, and I can't do that. And again, I think that gives everybody the opportunity to bring back the proper number, to give your employees what they should get paid. And if you'd have that today, it may be a different scenario, but we don't have that today. So that's my Commissioner Slayball.
You can't say to us that you're worried tomorrow that then the people shaking their heads are gonna leave, because that is an employee issue, and that is not part of, so that part, that actually kind of makes me a little angry, because we're trying to help, and we can't dictate how much you're paying your employees. That is, again, getting the financial house together. So, that muddies the water.
You're right, but all I wanted to do is just be honest, transparent.
Thank
That's
you
all
for
I'm
that,
trying to do.
but we.
All right, Commissioners, any other comments? Commissioner
Yes.
Davis?
I would like to know, since we did have preparation for the 822 delta of 522,110, why we don't have an answer on where that money would come from, because Mr. Oliver is talking about can't make decisions on the fly. You should have been prepared with where that fund, because that's the only reason that you pulled your motion, correct? Is that we
No,
didn't
that's
know
not,
what
that's
fund it's
not why,
coming from.
that's not why, and going after the administrator is not the right thing to do either. It's, this has been thrown on him and his staff also to try to get this, under control, and it's not the administrator's fault that we're in this situation today.
But how is that doing numbers on the fly when we already have the number, knowing where, and I'm not trying to be ugly, I'm just saying.
because I don't know what the board's gonna do and what the board's direction is. So I didn't know the number or where you all were going. You could have gone a number of different directions today.
But still, what fund we can pull from, whether it's fire or something else, is that not already knowable?
There are a lot of things that can be done. I mean, you could take the whole CAD system, in my opinion, but I'd want to do a little more research on it and put it to the ARPA funds if you wanted to.
Okay,
So there are a number
Fair
of
enough.
different options.
all right.
Yeah, and the thing is, you could take out of fire reserves, and then then you could put it back in. So I mean, yeah, with that, but, okay, so is everybody good today? That we're gonna come back at the September 14th meeting with a hard number, and so we can put this to bed? once and for all. Commissioner Kitchen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was ready not to say anything, and after Commissioner Davis went after our administrator, I have to speak up and say that is just outrageous. It's the elected people's job to come to decisions and direct the administrator in what he should do. We shouldn't sit around and say, oh my gosh, he's not ready to tell us what we should do. That's our job. Okay, so that, I just find that outrageous, and I see she left the room because sometimes people can't defend their own position. So believe me, the next time we'll have this discussion in person, because Mr. Oliver is exactly right. His job is to give us information that we ask him for, and then we make the decisions. Because guess what happens in the past, Mr. Chairman, is people come back and go, oh, the administrator told us something wrong and we made a wrong decision because we were told the wrong thing. Well, that's what happens. And I truly appreciate, and you know, Mr. Chairman, Randy Oliver is the absolute best thing that's ever happened to Citrus County. And every time there's one little crisis that comes up, let's try to throw them under the bus and deflect the blame off the elected officials. And that's what I see happening today, and it just upsets me terribly. So with that said, I think the best thing to do is just what you said. If they can wait until that time period, give us a number, give Randy time to evaluate that number, because remember, he works for us. He doesn't work for Nature Coast EMS. You know that. So let's get the number. Let's all have it in front of us. Let's have a clean, clear discussion and fight it out amongst ourselves. But Mr. Chair, you know the way I feel about throwing staff under the bus every time something like this happens, and I will not sit here and listen to it. So let's move forward. Let's find the money. Let's all agree on where it's going to come from. Get the plan in action. But that to me, you were moving in a very, very positive direction until that just happened. So that's all I have to say. Thank you,
All right,
sir.
good deal. All right, so with that, we appreciate it, Scott. We look forward to you coming back to September 14th. We're going to go ahead and land this thing. And Megan, you're up. Hopefully it won't take as long. So with that, we got a 140. We're a little bit behind today, but a 140 presentation with United Way on how they have helped our community and helped the people in our community with the CARES funding.
What number is that, Chair?
Oh, let me get my thing. It is H2.
H2, thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you for being patient.
Yeah, sure,
Sorry.
no problem.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
I think, oh, there it is. There's
Okay.
our slide. Okay, no problem. No problem. So the slide that we sent over to Randy last Monday, I have updated numbers because we've spent more money since
Okay.
then. So to date, we have spent $212,000. We deposited the second $150,000 on July 2nd. So that was about a 2-month, we beat our deadline by about 2 months. And just as of this weekend, so speaking, I know we talked a little bit about, the COVID Delta variant and the people in the hospitals and everyone's inundated. We just this weekend, I don't know if that, the Chronicle did a story too, so that might have helped. We had 81 people just this weekend sign up for assistance. So we're rocking and rolling, helping a lot of people and doing the best that we can. So.
Oh, we appreciate what you're doing. Commissioner, any questions for United Way?
No.
The contract currently expires August 31st. My question is, do you want to extend it, and if so, what date do you want to extend it to?
I would say yes. Let's extend it for 1 year to August 31st of '22.
I'll second that.
Okay, we got a motion, got a second.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
But I would like to see a report after you're done with this second 150 before the final 150 is allocated. Fair enough?
Sure. Is that a different report than we send Randy and the county every month?
Just an update. Just
Okay.
an
Oh,
update.
yeah,
Come
sure.
and say this is what's
Okay.
going on.
Yep, no problem.
We'll prepare the addendum, but with your permission, we'll go ahead and let them continue to fund the things that they're funding because it won't come back till 14th of September.
Okay. Perfect. All right, we got a motion and a second. Commissioner Kitchen, you got anything?
No, sir, I support it.
Okay, is there any public comments? Any public comments? Seeing none, we'll close out portion. Commissioners, All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you,
See how
guys.
easy that was?
All right, we got a 2 o'clock public hearing on utility availability assessment for fiscal year 21-22. Madam Attorney, or who's reading it?
You want to read it?
Or Randy, you can read it, doesn't matter to me.
Okay, I can read it.
H3.
It's a public hearing. It's a fee that's been in place since last year, and this is just a public hearing to continue with the same fee and the same methodology.
Okay. With that, Madam Attorney, anything?
No,
Okay, okay. All right, with that, we'll open it up to the public hearing. Is there anybody here for or against? Please come to the podium and speak. For or against? Any speak for or against on H3? Going once, going twice. Okay, we're going to go ahead and close the public portion. Commissioners, any comments?
No, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I'd like
sir.
to make a motion that we adopt and authorize the chairman to execute a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County relating to the provision of utility available services in the unincorporated area of the county.
And I'll second that. So we have a motion and a second. Commissioners, any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
The next public
Page
hearing.
4.
Yes, the next public hearing is for fire protection services. This is the MSBU fee for fire. The rate remains unchanged from the prior year.
Okay. With that, we'll open it up to the public hearing. Is there anybody here to speak for or against? Anybody here to speak for or against the annual rate resolution for fire protection services? Going once, going twice. We'll go ahead and close the public portion of that. Commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Make
sir.
a motion that we adopt the same rates as what we've had this past year.
Okay, I'll second that. So we got a motion and a second. Is there any other comments, Commissioners?
That was just B.
Excuse me?
It was all of B, correct?
All of B.
All of B. Thank you.
I just didn't want to
All
read
those
it
in
all.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. H5.
Yes, H5 is a public hearing as it relates to non-ad valorem assessments, specifically for street lighting, neighborhood beautification, roadway maintenance improvements, our Lime Rock program, for example, water and wastewater assessments within various areas in the county. These are things that people have asked for.
Okay. With that, we'll open the public hearing up for H5. Not ad valorem assessment rolls.
Frank Patson.
Yes, sir. Come on up, Frank.
One question. Will these rates apply to the Arrowhead section of the county and other non,
On private roads?
regulated, because of the fact that, it's not?
No.
Okay.
Now, if you wanted to get in this program like we talked about earlier, that's what these fees are for. Like the Lime Rock.
I'd like to talk to you after the meeting.
Okay, what you need to do is probably get with Randall Oney back there in the mask. He's raising his hand up, and he can explain it all to you.
Thank you.
Yes,
And
sir.
it can either be a Lime Rock paving or Lime Rock program where we just put rock on it a couple
Nope.
times a year.
You're getting this from the back of the room.
All right. So with that, is there anybody else to speak? Is there anybody else to speak for or against? Anybody else to speak for or against? So with that, we'll close the public portion. Commissioners?
Mr. Chair, make a motion that we adopt and authorize the chairman to execute a final rate resolution of Citrus County, Florida to certify the countywide non-ad valorem assessment rolls for fiscal year 21-22, which includes the assessments for street lighting, neighborhood beautification, road maintenance and improvements, and water and wastewater assessments within the various assessment areas in compliance with Florida statutes, chapter 197.3632.
And second that.
You're seconding it?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. I'll give it to you.
Oh.
Commissioner Slagle.
Thank you.
Huh? B. Yeah. All right, so with that, Commissioners, any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. H7.
Mr. Chair, with regard to H3, that was also all of B.
Correct.
Okay, H6, 215 public hearing. This, let's see, this one is, let's see, Yes, this is for our successful demolition program, that
Okay.
we assess those properties.
Okay.
For the cost of the demolition and put it on the tax bill.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing up for H7.
6.
I'm sorry, H6. Is there anybody to speak for or against? H6. Anybody speak for or against? Seeing none, we'll
I just have a question, because I don't quite
come up to the podium, please.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just have a question because I don't understand this. Could you explain this to me? So somebody, like
So
the
if you have,
property,
so if you have a building that we declared unlivable.
Okay.
Unsafe.
And unsafe, and it's your responsibility to remove it, and you choose not to do that, then we can come in and tear it down and put it on your tax bill.
okay, so this would apply to some of those derelict trailers that people have done drugs in out in Ozella?
If they consider it unsafe.
If it's unsafe.
And how do we get it considered unsafe? By calling who?
It has to be physically unsafe. It can't be because the people in it are not
You're doing
honorable.
drugs.
Oh, it just has to be physically unsafe, but who declares that? I mean, who would
Code
I call?
enforcement, code
The
enforcement.
chief
Code
building
enforcement.
official.
Code
Or
enforcement.
chief building official. All right.
Okay.
Any other comments? All right, with that, we'll close the public portion. Commissioners?
Mr. Chair, motion to approve item H6, B, and C.
Got a motion? I'll second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any other comments? Any other comments?
take
All
a
those in
hint.
favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. H7?
Yes, H7, we're required to conduct a public hearing under the SRF septic tank phase-out program as to how we're phasing out septic tanks in the Homosassa Springs area. And this is that public hearing.
Okay.
Is there any specific
We will open
questions, Mr. Cheek? can
We will
answer?
open it up to the public hearing. Is there anybody here to speak for or against? Anybody speak for or against? Seeing none, we will close that portion, the public portion. Commissioners?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
motion to approve item H7B.
I'll second that. So we got a motion and a second. Any other comments, Commissioners? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. H8 is a presentation on the tourist development update.
Yes, Mr. Pritchard's here, and I believe he's got a
Okay.
video or a
Thank you for
slide
being
presentation.
patient, Mr. Pritchard. Good seeing you today.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
So, bring you some highlights of what's been going on as one of our brighter spots during a pandemic has been our tourism. Here's a couple of some of the awards that we've won in the last year and a half. The Flagler Awards are the state of Florida, Visit Florida's awards for excellence in advertising. Previously, we hadn't been on the podium at all. And last year we were on, as you see, 3 different categories. And then Best in Show there's only 3 awards given out in the 3 different budget categories. So that's a gigantic feather in the cap to the team. Miles Saunders, Terry Natwick, we loaned out Jody Sanders as we loaned out Miles earlier. Christina Lamb and Rachel Ford all are outstanding and help move towards this. As you see, the 2020 Flagler Award to be determined. We're on the podium, so we're going to first, second, or third, but we won't know until the September 8th at the governor's conference. And this one is completely done in-house. Miles and Terry did a travel trade video, since everything was on virtual meetings. We actually saw a competitor's version, and it was terribly dull. And so they came up with Miles and Terry brought it forward, and I said, as long as it's not dull and it doesn't cost too much, you guys have free reign. And so that direction brought us to another award. So very proud of the work they're doing. Next slide, Doug. Before we get into heavier facts, here's a few of some key economic information. It'll be presented at the next Tourist Development Council meeting on September 8th by our research firm. But here's a few things. In 2020, $17 million were paid in sales tax by people outside of the area. Each household benefits to the point of $248 annually by that spending, and 4,300 jobs are tourist-related in the county. So I think these are all, shows the value of what tourism is to the community. And as we're going into closing out the scallop season and heading into the busier winter months, we're looking forward to hopefully increasing the number of jobs as people come back to work. There was some reduction in force as people decided not to come back, as well as the hospitality industry was one of the largest impacted in loss of jobs with restaurants and everything. And so we're hopeful that that number will increase in the next year. Visitation numbers, I think being only down 7% year over year is pretty impressive for us. And anywhere I know, I'm on calls quite often from other destinations, and their numbers are significantly lower in terms of what or lower visitation, higher percentage of loss. So I think our product sits perfectly for what people were looking for. Small groups, outside, and nearby. Next slide. So here's a direct number. This is a economic impact number. This is the one I prefer because we don't have to worry about multipliers or where to go. This is just the direct dollars that were in the community. And you see, again, down from year over year, but I think considering everything that happened, less than 5% off is an amazing achievement for our industry. So very proud of what our industry is doing and how we're working to manage everybody that wants to come to the destination. Here's where, the estimated total impact, where we start a little bit of some multipliers and things, which gets a little fuzzier for me, but still, overall, that's a huge number for economic impact for the area, that people from outside the area are leaving money in the area, leaving money in the community and our local businesses, and returning. So again, just down 5% is with everything that was going on, I think is a significant achievement. Go ahead, Doug. So this is the latest breakdown of where we're at fiscal year over year. In light of everything, year to date, we're up 33.6% in collections. So that puts us on pace for a record year. As travelers are returning, other destinations are seeing the same result. Of Tampa Bay has reported significant year over year wins in the last few months as I said, as more people are becoming comfortable travel again. They're returning to some of their other destinations, but as we continue to still be strong, I'm looking forward to as we head into the fall. Next slide, Doug. So here in the blue, I highlighted March because that particular check from the state is generally one of our strongest months, as that represents the end of the winter season with the manatees and generally international travel. The yellow, as you can see, all are significant year over year from 19, obviously, but even over 18 and 19 fiscal year. Those are outstanding numbers, and I think it's better to compare it to the 18-19 number because that is an unimpacted. That was just business as usual, and you can see that through June we're well ahead of schedule. It's and that 271 represents the largest collection that we've had, period, regardless of month. So I say this now. I say that now that there is some money, I do, and I will tell the TDC that I urge caution because it's not a sustainable funding cycle here, where these numbers are not going to continue like at this rate going on there. There will be a correction in the market and everything, but one thing it does show is that what we offer is of value to visitors. That, being outside, small groups, is just what people were looking for. So, next slide, Doug. Oh, that's all of the slides. And it would be brief, but I just wanted to highlight some things for you. We'll, like I said, the full report will be available at the September meeting, and we'll make sure that I'll run it to the administrator so that you can see all the research. One other step on research, we are contracting with our ad agency, Madden Media. They've got a platform they call Voyage, which pulls in all the big data from all over and makes it into some type of digestible format. It takes one thing that we don't have that this is going to provide us is the Air DNA, which is for vacation rental. We know they exist. We know they collect significant amounts of money, but we haven't been able to track them because we didn't have a system. This Voyage program will at least give us an idea of what the value of the vacation rentals are in the community, as well as track our media spends and put it in something that's a little bit more digestible so that we can better target our advertising moving forward.
And I would also note that we entered of the three, it's of the CCMA group, which is the City County Communications and Marketing Association. The last time I had the pleasure of working on that, we wound up third, but we lost out to two major powerhouse cities that had populations 20 or 30 times larger than we did. But that is, let's see, that's the end of this month, I believe, isn't it,
I
John?
think it's the 8th.
It's the 8th?
Yep.
It's the 8th, so we have somebody going to that. That was on the video that was made for Fort Allen Trail. They recognize that as being an excellent product. Also, John's got one of our partners that's going to have an op-ed piece in the newspaper. I believe it's this weekend, isn't it, John?
I sent it for review today, so hopefully that was the plan when I spoke with the Chronicle, was that try to have it on Sunday's commentary page if everything is approved. That's the goal.
And our goal is to up the production of those types of pieces to stress to our citizens how important tourism is to our community.
Yeah, we haven't settled on that, but certainly we're going to follow up after we have all the full data from Research Data Services. That's when we were planning to have one directly from our office that speaks to some of the economic numbers I just shared with you.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions?
I have a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Impressed with the amount of sales tax you collected. Again, I'm going to keep going back to this. That is $3 million of discretionary tax that we did not collect that could have come back into our county just from you alone, the tourism part. And that is a significant amount of money that we're not even talking about or utilizing. $3 million.
You mean with a local option sales tax?
The discretionary tax, yes.
We'll have fun finding that out.
The total generation of local, based on the current economy, the total estimated generation from a 1 cent sales tax is about $17 million a year.
That's what I'm saying. Just from him is $3 million. Not you personally.
No, I'm spending. I'm doing my part.
But that is a
All
tool
right.
that needs to be brought up again and again.
Thank you, Mr. Pritchard. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
You're
All right,
welcome.
back to E1A bids.
Okay, let me get to that.
Yep, we're gonna take them all as one, or?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
motion to
sir.
approve item E1A through G.
Got a motion by Commissioner
Second.
Knar, second by Commissioner Slayball. Is there any public comment on bids? Any public comment on bids? Seeing none, Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. E2?
Yes. E2's budget transfers, approved budget transfer for boating improvements, Visitor Convention Bureau, Detention Services, Capital Improvement Program, Circuit Court and Aquatic Plant Control for fiscal years 2021.
Okay, Commissioners,
Motion to approve item E2.
second, I'll second that. Is there any public comment on E2? Any public comment? Seeing none, Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. E3.
Adopt and authorize the chairman to execute a resolution adopting Hurricane Hermine. That tells you how fast FEMA works.
Yeah,
And
right.
State Housing Initiative Program grant budgets for fiscal year 2021.
Motion to approve item E3.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard. Second by Commissioner Slayball. Is there any public comment? E3, any public comments? Seeing none, we'll close that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. E4.
E4, approve and adopt the following administrative regulations, 9.11-4, continuing services services for contract for construction services.
Move approval of E4.
Motion by Commissioner Davis. Second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E4? Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll close out. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion
Aye.
passes 5-0. E5.
Yes, E5 authorizes some changes to the employee handbook. Right now, if an employee is moved to a different range, they don't get a salary increase. We don't think that's the most equitable way to do it. So if they go to a higher pay grade, this would dictate a 5% increase, which is the difference between our steps. Also, it takes care of reclassification to a lower pay grade with no change. And we're asking for approval of C and to approve the changes effective 10/1.
Okay.
Motion to approve item E5.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Morris, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment on E5? Seeing none, we'll close out. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Chair, can I get clarification on the approval for E5? Is there any specific items you're approving for that? Because there's A, B, A, B, and C, and 2.
All the above, 1A,
One
B,
and
C,
two.
2.
1 and 2.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. E6.
Yes, approve the budget transfer for the First Amendment to the MOU with the Friends Group and authorize the chair to sign the First Amendment to the MOU. That's the display that they're putting in the Welcome Center. If you recall, the TDC approved 100, and then an additional 100 was approved by both the board and the TDC. This confirms the budget for that.
Move approval of item E6.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Davis.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E6? Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll close out. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. E7.
Yes, this is approve and authorize the chairman to execute a memorandum of understanding with Code 3 Associates in Citrus County. This provides us, in the event of a hurricane, additional assistance for free, I might add, with this particular group as it relates to housing animals. If we get an influx of animals and we have to deal with that
Okay.
because of a storm disaster.
Chair, I move to approve item
Motion by Commissioner
E7.
Slayball.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on E7? 7. Seeing none, we'll close out. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. E8.
Yes, on E8, we're asking, this is one of those cases where in most likely that the estate wasn't probated, so consequently we couldn't notify all of the heirs as appropriate, and we are asking for permission, recognizing that there is some risk with this, to go ahead and demolish the property at 3360 North Holiday Drive, Crystal River. It has been deemed to be a nuisance and
Mr. Chair, move forward to demolition.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on E8? Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll close that portion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. E9.
Yes, approve and authorize the chairman to accept the perpetual non-exclusive utility and access easement from Wynn Homosassa Real Estate LLC, Florida Limited Liability Corporation, located 7230 West Miss Maggie Drive in Homosassa. This is a perpetual non-exclusive easement that shall be for, but not limited to, the purposes of reading and maintaining portable water meters and the right of ingress and access to the same, and B, authorize the clerk to place acceptance stamp on the easement and record in the public records of the county.
Okay.
Move approval of E9, A, and B.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Davis.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E9, A, and B? Any public, seeing none, we'll close that portion. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. E10?
Yes, this is the grant agreement, the standard annual grant agreement with the Withlacoochee Regional Supply Authority. It's a 50/50 grant, and it's in the amount of $44,250. We're asking that you give the chairman the power to execute the grant agreement between them and us.
Chair, I move to pass E10.
Motion by Commissioner Slayball,
Second.
second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comments on E10? Any public comments? Seeing none?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir, Commissioner.
you know I have to comment on it.
Yes, sir.
For those who are paying attention and don't understand what's going on here, we are putting up $44,000 to match the $44,000 that the authority has of our money.
Of our money.
To get it back, to get our money back. Without us paying the regional authority for our own water that's coming out of our well here, they would not have this money to match the money we're putting up. No other county is putting that money up. So we can move forward now. I feel better. For a year.
Sometimes it feels better.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. 11.
Yes, this is a request to apply for some additional HUD vouchers for Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing called VASH, and we would ask for approval of items A and B.
Chair, I move to approval of
Motion by
E11,
Commissioner-
A, and B.
Motion by Commissioner
Second.
Slayball, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E11? Seeing none, we'll close that portion. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. E12?
Yes, E12 is a renewal of our various insurance policies that are listed here. Total price is $735,483. I would note that Mary Clancy did a great job of getting this before us, because a lot of people have been having trouble, particularly on computer cyber liability, and haven't gotten their premiums. This is effective October 1st, and we have it in August, so that's credit to Mary. But we would ask for approval.
Okay.
Chair, move approval of E12.
Motion by Commissioner Davis,
Second.
second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E12?
Oh.
Here you go.
Oh, sorry.
You got comments? We'll close that portion of public. Commissioners, any comments?
Yes, so when I ask about how much the different buildings cost, this is part of that fee that we're renting for $1?
Yes, it is, but it's an aggregate schedule, and they give us a total. We've got, I'm trying to remember, is it $25,000 or $50,000 deductible, Colin? I think it's 25. But we have a fairly large deductible, but yes, what we're gonna do in that case is prorate it out per dollar, recognizing that it's a $25,000 deductible, though.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. E13?
Yes. A, approve and authorize the chairman to execute a temporary construction easement from Herman and George Heilman. And B, authorize the clerk to accept it and put it in the public records of Citrus County.
Move approval of E13, A
Motion by
and B.
Commissioner Davis,
Second.
second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E13? Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll close that. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion
Aye.
passes 5-0. E14?
Yes, this is a solid waste disposal agreement with Advanced Disposal. This is for a certain area of Levy County that's on the west side. And it's at a value of $40 a ton, which is higher than we charge any of the other people, to recognize the fact that they're out of county.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion. I do have comment, but
Okay.
I'll make the motion.
Got a
to
motion by
approve
Commissioner Kennard.
14, A and B.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard,
Second.
second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comments? Seeing none, we'll close that portion. Commissioner Kennard.
I don't have an issue with us accepting this, the solid waste from Levy County at a higher rate. My concern is when we're facing with a landfill lifespan issue, should we be considering taking solid waste from outside of the county that could ultimately shorten the life, or I think does shorten the lifespan of our.
I'm trying to
landfill.
remember, I think, I'm trying to pull it up now. It says in the agenda item, and I don't want to quote this incorrectly, I think it's 3 days of life or something like that.
Okay,
That's what it
not an
takes.
issue.
Wait a second.
The
4?
agenda memo says, annual tonnage rate is equivalent to approximately 4 days of overall landfill airspace.
Okay.
All
I
right.
apologize, didn't see that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. E15.
Yes, E15 and 16, if you'd like to do,
Yeah, I was gonna say-
take
I
them
was gonna
together,
say let's
because
do 'em
it's
together.
Crystal River and Inverness,
with-
it's the same agreement,
yeah, we'll do
and it
15 and 16.
continues the current rate.
Okay,
Chair, move approval of item E15 and E16.
okay, got a motion by Commissioner Davis. I'll second those. Is there any public discussion? Yes, sir.
What is the expected lifespan of this landfill?
Okay.
How long do you think it would last?
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know, Mr. Brocker, Mr. Only may know the life. I know we're working on permitting another cell, which is gonna increase the
I think,
lifespan.
isn't it the 3032 or something, or 2032? Huh?
Current cell, he says till
Current cell's
2032,
2032. And if
and
we-
then the new cell will extend that additionally.
Okay. Thank you. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0 on E15 and 16. E17?
Yes, E17, we're doing what I call a rate checkup for our water and sewer rates to make sure the rates are at a level to support the expansion of the systems that we're doing. And we're asking that we approve and authorize the chairman to execute a change order to increase the PO by $12,000 for the financial modeling and reports to complete the study with Raftellus.
Okay.
Move approval of E17.
Got a motion by Commissioner Davis,
Second.
second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll close that portion. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. E18?
Yes, E18, approve and authorize, establish of a new account to be funded with excess fees from constitutional officers to fund a new building / expansion of the courthouse. That was something that the board asked for.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Kitchen.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this, please.
Okay, got a motion by Commissioner Kitchen,
Second.
second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment?
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs resident. I know that the courthouse needs to be expanded, which means you have to put the Coke building and the courthouse together. Hopefully, you're gonna see that you can do that at a reasonable price. And I'm really not for it, but I guess, it's one of those things where you gotta bite the bullet and say, yep, it has to be done.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? We'll close that portion. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. E19?
Yes, this is a review and approve the request from the Citrus County Chapter 192 Korean War Veterans Association to install a First Responders of Citrus County monument on the grounds of the historic courthouse.
Okay. I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Pass out that thing?
Got a motion by Commissioner Carter, second by Commissioner Slayball. Open to public.
Robert Crawford.
Robert, how are you?
I feel like a potted plant. But anyway, thank you. I know that this is essential because of the county and city relationships, and I think it's very, very good of you to do this. It costs you nothing unless you want to donate something. That's okay with us. But this is out of the hearts of the Korean veterans who are aging and in need of these services as we see them. It's really propitious that you had all the EMS people here, because I think of the EMS guy who has to, or a gal who has to enter into a situation that's very hard, dangerous and so forth, and the average deputy sheriff responding to a call, for example, where there is a known dispute with a gun involved, what they got to do, and the fireman who has to go to the second floor to get a dog and a kid out of a fire. I mean, these are the people we're working for, and they were the pointy end of the spear. It's good to see that. So we are not going to damage the property at all. It doesn't have to be buried. It has to just sit on the ground, and no electrical changes. So it's all fine. If you'll give it a formal approval, the city manager, I think, of Inverness will be most happy.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll close that portion. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. E20.
Yes, approve contract with GMA Inc. for lobbying services in the amount of $60,000. This was something the board asked for again.
Okay.
Motion approved.
I got a motion by Commissioner Kennard. I'll second that. Is there any public comment? And when I know that we had a gentleman here make a comment earlier. I can tell you now that Mr. McGee does a terrific job in Tallahassee for us. And you know, it's funny. I had a phone call this morning and said, "Hey, is he worth the money?" I said, "Every bit of it, more." So we appreciate what Mr. McGee does for us in Tallahassee. So is there any other comments?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I agree. I would like to see us renew Mr. McGee's contract. He's worth every dime we pay him and then some.
Okay. Is there any public comments? Any public comments? Seeing none, we'll close that portion. Commissioners, all those in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion
Aye.
passes 5-0. Congratulations, Mr. McGee. E21.
Yes, E21, I'll take E21 and E22 together.
Together, okay.
Because they deal with the same thing.
Right.
Denise can explain why legally they had to be separate, but that's okay.
Right.
The concept behind this is this will be a special assessment against the two hospitals. That what's been done in a number of other states, and I've done this in other states, is the hospitals are assessed. They give us money. We send it up to the state, who sends it up to the federal government, which makes it so Medicaid sends more money back down to the hospitals. So their money is leveraged to provide additional funding. This is a mechanism to do a special assessment against the hospitals, which they will agree to and waive all their rights. And Denise has engaged outside counsel, which I think is very appropriate, to make sure we do everything in compliance with law. There are a number of counties that are in the same process of doing this as some things that have happened within the state. But this sets a public hearing for September 14th at 2:15 p.m. for the purpose of an ordinance for the Board of County Commissioners amending Chapter 86 for special assessments.
Okay. So this is E21 and 22.
Actually, the second one has a separate action item, so if you can, if we're gonna do both of them at the same time, then we need to set the
ahead.
public hearing for September 14th on the ordinance, and then this, on E22 is set a public hearing on September 28th at
Okay.
2 o'clock for the resolution. We're asking that you not adopt A of E22, just B.
Okay, commissioners.
So we're gonna approve them both at the same time? Motion to approve item
Yes.
E21 and 22?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make that motion.
Only B on E22, not A.
Only B on 22.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll amend my motion.
Okay.
Second?
We got a motion, and we got a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on E21 and 22? Any 22? All right, we close that portion. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0 on E21 and 22. And we'll go to-
Yes, item F, what I heard was you wanted to put back here the noise ordinance, and I assume this is noise on the water, not just for the Homosassa River, is that correct?
I would think so.
Okay, so noise on the water, you want to parallel what Crystal River is doing?
No.
Wait a minute, let
No.
me back up a little bit. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here. The issue we're facing is on the Homosassa River. Let's address that.
Okay, so you want the ordinance just to cover the Homosassa River?
Yes.
I agree with
Is
that.
that the consensus of the board?
Why wouldn't we just do it and incorporate the lakes too? Do it properly.
Here's what I'm gonna say about the lakes. I've heard this and I've kind of been quiet about it. I've got the biggest area on the lakes, and I've been here now 6 years, and I am an airboater too. And here's what I can tell you is I haven't had one email or one complaint about the boats over here on the lake system. And I'm not going to just, you know, yeah, you're going to have some out there that do some things that most don't want. But I can here to tell you now, I think that the airboaters are well respected. I think they do a good job. And I haven't had any complaints. And I live out there on Orange State Canal, and you know, so I agree
Really?
with Commissioner Kennard.
I've had a ton of complaints.
I've had not one email or complaint in 6 years.
Well, I thought that the whole point was to put this back on the table to the little spreadsheet here of outstanding items to make sure we address it versus getting into the weeds of adopting Crystal River's ordinance right now. But, because I would need to read that again and figure out if that is restricting engine noise versus partying noise. Partying noise, the problem with doing it just in the Homosassa is that we're just gonna move the partiers. And as long as they stay away from people's houses, they can go blare whatever music and profanity they want to. But, you know, unfortunately, they are a moving yahoos on boats. I seem to be famous for that now. They move to other areas and they seem to not necessarily have respect for people's homes and the sanctity of those homes. So I don't want to make any sort of determination on what that noise ordinance would be right this second, but we do need to put it on the outstanding commission items, and we do need to look at Crystal Rivers. I would agree with that.
Yeah, and I wasn't necessarily talking about airboats. I was talking about an enforceable, yeah.
I'm sorry.
I just want to make
Well-
sure that, an enforceable, you know, because it might apply to some areas that,
Well, here's what I can tell you when it comes to airboats. We're trumped on that anyway.
Right, that's, yeah.
And go talk to Alachua County and find out what happened to them on airboats.
right, because most
Right.
of the airboats are run by our first responders too, so.
All right,
So,
Is the consensus a noise ordinance for the Homosassa River only?
That's
No.
what I would support.
I would support that also. Commissioner Kitchen?
well,
Sir?
The motion on the table now is to put back on to support some kind of noise ordinance only on the Homosassa River.
So I'm a little confused by the direction that you're going. You want it just for the Homosassa River, right?
That is the motion that Commissioner, or that's the direction that Commissioner Kennard would like to head.
It's 2-2.
Well, again, I'm just trying to get what we're,
Well, I can agree to that. I mean, I thought we were going to talk about all these things down the road, but if it's just to start with the Homosassa River, I guess I can deal with that.
okay, so go ahead, Madam Attorney.
so I'm clear on what the direction is. I had been working with a couple of the ladies that had initially asked for this. I had a conference call with them and a commissioner related to, you know, what they wanted to see. In our conversation, we decided on drafting something, and I expect to get that back from them. So that's what I was working toward. But if you all want me to bring back just a straight-up ordinance for noise on the Homosassa, what do you want it to say? Do you want it to say the 95 at 50? Or do you want it to say, I mean, what do you want me to bring back?
Commissioner Kennard?
I think we're grossly overcomplicating this. This came to us because of problems at the headwaters in the Homosassa River. Crystal River has an ordinance that works for getting officers up to boats and quieting the party down. That's the goal. If we've got a tool that works, is working in place, why don't we use that tool?
If that's what y'all want me to do.
The goal isn't to fine people and to put people in jail. The goal is to stop the party or to calm the party down.
Yeah.
And we've got a tool that's doing that. Let's not reinvent the wheel.
Okay,
Commissioner Slabaugh?
is it a ordinance that Crystal River has or a resolution?
What Crystal River has done is a resolution
Thank you.
based upon their existing ordinance. Their existing ordinance has a number in their ordinance that sets, I think it's called marine, the decibels for marine. And I think what they've done is they have done a resolution based on their existing ordinance, and I believe that they are going to enforce it based upon the marine standard. Our ordinance does not include a marine standard. So you would have to, if you want to do what Crystal River did, was you would have to change your ordinance to add a marine number. We would have to have some kind of justification for the number that you come up with. Then you would have to do a resolution creating quiet zones, and then you would have to go to FWC and ask for a permit to place signs identifying those quiet zones. So you'd have to do those three things.
Okay,
Let's do that.
is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Okay, we got a motion.
Well,
We got a motion. Is there a sec? I'll second it. I'll second it for discussion. Okay, so without, go ahead, you gonna go ahead and
Yeah, I
discuss
just,
it?
my only question is, I agree with Commissioner Kennard not overcomplicating things. My only question to you specifically would be, why is that just Homosassa versus waterways in the county? And that's an honest question. I'm just wondering what, do we just address this again when it pops up somewhere else, or?
well, it would be the places that,
This came before us because of the excessive noise that's going on the Homosassa
Right.
River. And I think right now, you've got, I believe, a majority of the board willing to go down that road to try and solve this issue. If you want to bring forward something that's going to address noise on all waterways across the county, that is a much, much larger discussion.
Okay.
And I'm not sure you're gonna have, I don't know, but I'm not sure that you're going to have the support to address all of that. Ultimately, we lose out on addressing the primary focus area. So my suggestion is do what we can to address this immediate issue right now. And if you want to have that larger discussion down the road, we can have that, but that's a big one.
Okay, Commissioner Slayball.
Chair, I would like to know what Commissioner Kitchen's thoughts are on this, and I will follow his direction, because this was originally something he brought forward, and it was about an enforceable ordinance.
Okay, Commissioner Kitchen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that again was my whole point, was that in the very beginning, we said we wanted an ordinance that was enforceable. So, if I'm not mistaken, this is all about getting it back on the unfinished business list, right? That's what the discussion is about. So if we're going to put it back on the unfinished business list, that's fine. But the original concept that we said was that we wanted an enforceable ordinance. And I guess that's going to come down to the five of us opinion of whether what's presented is an enforceable ordinance. So I would like to see, the attorney continue to work with the people in Homosassa, if that's what she was doing, to come up with what they believe and she believes is an enforceable ordinance. And if it can be done, fine. If it can't be done, at least we looked into it. And I think that's what the whole goal was to be. So thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Understand, you're gonna end up with nothing.
I don't disagree.
That is exactly what's gonna happen. What you're gonna end up with is that we are trumped by state law, by state statute, and Homosassa gets zero.
And again, I want you to, Chair, to understand that I am not talking about noise. I'm talking about a safety ordinance that can be enforced and can help to get rid of these yahoos on the boats.
And Commissioner Kennard's dead on. State law is going to trump
Noise, yes.
even with safety.
I have to disagree with you.
I don't know where you're going with safety. I mean, tell me, give me some more.
Okay, there are situations now where Crystal River is different than Homosassa, which I didn't ever want to bring up about, but in Homosassa, they can stand on the in the water, out of their boats, and they're blocking people, and the music is like a side effect, that they're blocking boats from getting back and getting through, and children can't even hear the captains of the boat saying, get out of the way, because the music is so loud. So I'm saying this is a safety issue for people to get out of the way of boats, and the side effect is the noise. So go that angle rather than noise.
Here's what I'm gonna say, you can stand, there's places in Crystal River they stand, so then you're gonna look at Sandy Hook, we can go right on down the line, so, I'm not gonna vote for anything like that, because you seen what tourism's doing. Now, I will vote to put a quiet zone in and things of that nature, but, I'm not going down that route, because, then what about when you're out there scalloping, you can stand? There's a lot of places you can stand in
But
4
is
foot,
it,
6
is
foot
it
of
a
water.
narrow area?
You-
That's
you're
what
go-
we're
you're-
ta-
you're
we're talking
going to
about
put a
safety.
If you put a safety in place, it's going to be countywide. And so when you start talking about standing in waterways and things like that, then you're talking about scalloping and other things where you can stand and do activities. Because I promise you, you go out there in the scallop season, the first week, 2 or 3 weeks, there's hundreds and hundreds of boats, and it's as dangerous out there as it is anywhere. I mean, it's dangerous.
I'm not going to, engage in this. I'm gonna follow Commissioner Kitchen's recommendation. I'm just saying, you asked for an example, and I gave it to you.
No, and I appreciate that, but what I'm trying to say is, if you go down that road, you're looking at look at Chassahowiskey. We're getting more Chassahowiskey's, more not the noise, it's more about overcrowding, and, so with that, I'll support a quiet zone, but I'm not gonna support doing countywide, because, I don't get any complaints over here on the east side of the county. I'm over here all the
But
time.
are we talking about Homosassa or countywide? What, you're
Well,
mixing me up.
Anyway. Commissioners?
No, I understand where she's wanting to go with it, but I fear that if we go down this road, you're gonna end up, it's gonna be a long effort and end up with nothing, and nothing changes, in the headwaters. Nothing changes this year or next year or the year after.
I have a question.
Okay, Commissioner Davis.
Are they mutually exclusive? Can we model Crystal River for Homosassa and still continue investigating doing a safety ordinance?
Which we said to do that before.
Basically, what you're doing is establishing safe zones. So you can establish by resolution, once we add the marine number to our.
It's quiet zones, not safe zones, correct?
Did I say safe zone? I'm
You did.
sorry. I apologize. I meant quiet zone.
Okay.
So once we add marine and set a decibel level in the ordinance, then anytime you want to create a quiet zone anywhere, you would just do a resolution.
Okay, that sounds like a great thing to do right now, but you should still continue looking at the other, perhaps. But at least this can get going and stop it, or give them an additional tool.
Okay, you want me to say then establish quiet zone for the Homosassa
Hold on,
River?
I'm gonna go back to Commissioner Kitchen.
Thank you.
Commissioner
Mr.
Kitchen.
Chair, I'm a little confused now. It seems like we're going in circles. The original concept, and I'm just trying to walk this back, was that we said we would look into creating an enforceable ordinance to deal with the noise issues on the Homosassa River. And then we took it off, as I recall, because the folks down in Homosassa said they wanted to wait until they got more information and did more research and got with the county attorney before we moved forward on it. Is that correct? Is that my understanding?
That's the way I recall.
That is correct how it played out, yes.
Okay, so now what we're faced with is we're being asked to put it back on the unfinished business list to do just that. So if that is what if the group and our attorney cannot come to some kind of consensus, then maybe nothing will happen. If they do come to some kind of consensus, my understanding was they were going to present to us or through the attorney what they thought would fix the problem and was enforceable based on what other communities were doing. So that's where I thought this was all going. But as you know, Mr. Chairman, it makes zero sense to do a lot of effort for anything that is not going to be enforceable. Now, I remember the sheriff standing up there saying, well, we can enforce this and we can enforce that, or not the sheriff, I'm sorry. I believe it was
Colonel.
Yes, yes, Colonel. And, so I guess in the end, it's gonna have, we're gonna have to go through the process to get it in front of us to see if it's enforceable or not, because I'm not gonna support anything that won't be enforceable. That's the bottom line. So, until we get something in front of us that we know that, then isn't that what we're trying to do? I mean, we can pass laws all day long, but if they're not gonna do to their effect. And again, with all due respect, I have a real problem saying, well, we know it's not legal, but let's do it anyway. I have a real problem with that. I don't think as elected officials, we should be passing and telling people that we're passing laws and gonna hold them accountable if in fact we legally can't do that. So I wanna make sure that when we put a law on the books for the citizens to follow, it's enforceable, just like with everything else we do, and that we intend to enforce it. So I hope I clarified my position, enforceable or we shouldn't do it.
I agree with Commissioner
Okay.
Kitchen.
Commissioner Kennard?
No, nothing.
Okay, so what's the direction here? Are we gonna put it on the outstanding agenda item, or? I know we have a motion, we have a second.
May I ask what the motion is again?
Yes, I was gonna request to clarify that. From what Denise said, motion to add a marine number in the ordinance, create a resolution referencing the ordinance, and then go to the FWC. Was that the direction of the motion?
Well, then you'd have to go, ask permission from FWC to put the signs up.
To put the signs up, yes.
Now, remember, I seconded it just for a discussion, because I wanted to hear the discussion.
And that was to put those three things on the outstanding items list.
Okay? I mean, I'll support putting them on the outstanding item list.
Yeah, let's do
All
that.
right. All those in favor, is there any public discussion?
We're talking about a quiet zone or quiet ordinance, and my question is simply, which is louder, people playing or sighting, or an airboat running up and down the river? I mean, I've been in places where there's people partying, and the airboat just drowned me out. So if you're gonna have this decibels, and then in actuality, you're gonna have speed control of the airboats traveling around, or.
Unfortunately, we're preempted over, by state law on the airboats. So no, that wouldn't be the
Then
case.
you have no control over the noise they make.
Correct.
Correct. Go, Diane?
From
Got to that
airboats.
summation quickly.
Yes. Very
Diana
simple.
Finnegan, Homosassa, Florida. This went a whole new direction, so I just wanted to make sure that it didn't get forgotten about because it's nowhere to be found, and we haven't heard anything. So, you know, in talking to some people in Homosassa, they are just like, what's going on, what's going on? So I was thinking an update would be nice. I don't know that we would want our commissioners to jump and start making a lot of decisions without working with the appropriate groups that you all first decided that the attorney should work with. And like I said, on the River Alliance, that's what I heard the attorney was working with. And I know there's a couple out there, but like I caught one of those people, the other one's out of town. Hey, have you heard anything? What's going on? And, you know, it was just kind of a rush thing. So the masses do not know what's going on. And if you're working with the Alliance, I just wanted it on here so that the attorney would be working with that alliance. Nobody really knows, I guess, except for the attorney and maybe one or two people, what's going on.
Okay.
So I would ask you not to jump on making too many motions on things where that wouldn't be the best interest of the Homosassa people.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Yeah, we never had much discussion on outstanding items.
Janet Barrett. I was here for all these meetings. I also heard the sheriff's office say he has 3 officers, 3 deputies. That's all he has for water and for ATVs. And I talked to him personally, and he said that he doesn't have time to do ATVs during the summer months, so the ATVs get put on the back burner. Well, if he's doing water, and according to one of the commissioners, Crystal River is being taken care of, where are we going to get the other officers that you decided you weren't going to pay for? So when I hear another commissioner say, it's an exercise in futility if you can't support the officers and fund more officers so that you can go to Crystal River, Homosassa, come over here to Henderson. I mean, there are other waters. We have lots of waters in Citrus County. That's one of the reasons why we have so many mosquitoes and why it costs so much for mosquito control. Because we are water, water, water. We have lakes, we have rivers, we have streams, and we have the Gulf. So the thing is, putting it on the thing is a good idea, but before you come up with a complete ordinance, think about what you're doing. I do agree with one of the commissioners that said it needs to be all the waterways. So take everything into consideration. But yeah, talk about it again. That's a good idea.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? With that, we'll close the public portion.
Mr. Chair?
Nope.
Mr. Chair? Maybe what needs to go on our list is just an update. I think it would be good to ultimately for us to, I would like to have us have
Already closed it.
unanimous support for what we end up doing. So maybe what needs to go on the ongoing commissioners' items here is just an update. What's happening?
So you want to pull your motion?
I'll rescind my motion.
And I'll rescind mine, okay?
So you want an update for what, the September 14th? Does that work for you, Denise?
Just keep it on there and keep them updated on what the status is. Are we still working on this? What's going on with it?
I'll second that.
Well, I mean, I think we just get a consensus of this, don't you think?
Yeah, update on
Yeah, I don't think this is.
Homosassa noise ordinance, Homosassa River.
issue.
Noise issue.
Noise and safety issue.
All right, okay. So, are we good? We're just gonna add, Commissioner Kitchen, we're just gonna add an update for noise issues
And safety.
and
issues.
safety. Safety.
That sounds good to me, Mr.
All right,
Chair.
thank you. All right, let's move on.
Praise the Lord.
All right, L1, or I1.
Don't
Yeah,
we need to?
did you remove
Yeah, we need a
11 and
motion
12?
on-
Yeah,
yeah.
we need a motion on F.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
Motion to approve item F with the deletion of 11 and 12 and the addition
Of
of the,
update on Homosassa River noise and safety issues.
All right,
Yes.
and I'll second that. Is there any public comment on outstanding items? Seeing none, I'll close that portion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Aye.
Nominate and appoint one individual to the Water Wastewater Board as a lay member for the term that expires January 31st, 2023.
Okay. Commissioners, is there? That's just,
You're the water guru.
no, this isn't the water stuff.
do we have applicants or what here?
Yeah.
You do.
All right, commissioners. Isn't there only one?
No, you have 4, I believe. Yes, you have 4.
Who do we need to talk to find out if they have a recommendation of one of these applicants?
We don't recommend board members.
No, that's right, that's correct.
They represent you all in the capacity.
Commissioner Kitchen, you got any nominations here?
No, sir, I don't think I know anybody personally.
Okay. Well, we need a nomination, commissioners. Make this simple here.
I'm gonna make a motion.
There you
that
go.
we nominate Robert Baldwin.
Rick St. Clair, we know Rick. Okay, got a motion to nominate Robert Baldwin, and I'll second that.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion, we got a second. Is there any public comments? Any public comments? Seeing none, we'll close that portion. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion's 4-0, and we'll get Commissioner Davis when she comes back in. Commissioner Kitchen, any committee reports?
No, sir.
Commissioner Kennard?
Let's see, yeah, I do, actually.
Commissioner Davis, we need your, Robert Baldwin was nominated as a 4-0, and what's your vote? Aye. 5-0 vote on, I-1. All right, Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, at the MPO meeting, we initially had two final applicants that were supposed to come before the MPO for us to pick one. One of them was Lee Beasley, and the other was a gentleman who had a resume of multiple jobs around the state and the board. Ultimately, what ended up happening is Lee withdrew her application the day before the meeting, and the final applicant, gentleman, had the board. There were some concerns from the board that weren't necessarily crazy about the hire, and so the board opted to go back out advertising the position. DOT has assured us that there's no rush to fill it with anyone that the board isn't absolutely comfortable with. They would provide the needed personnel or resources along the way. Our next MPO meeting will be Steve Diaz's last meeting. I will tell you one thing, and I thought that I brought it with me. I can't seem to find it now, though. The Hernando County, I believe it was the Business Advisory Committee, they submitted a list of, well, there are five or six road projects that were their highest priority. And Randy and I have had some conversations about this, that you know, there is, obviously everybody believes that at some point we may very well see an infrastructure bill come out of Washington, or that there may be additional infrastructure funds available from the state.
Yes.
And they are just setting up to say, in Hernando County, if and when these funds come available, these are our priority. This is what we would like to see happen. Ultimately, I know that we have our list of priorities, but I would really like to see our county come forward with, look, if there's additional funds available, these are our projects that we're ready to roll on, you know, expansion projects and so forth.
Commissioner,
I don't want
Mr.
that
Oliver.
job.
Yeah, Mr. Oliver.
Yeah, I mean, we have on there, we already have with the MPO, I mean, you've got 41, continuing 41's obviously a priority. We've got State Route 200,
Yep.
which I think desperately needs work. We have County Road 491, we have Croft, and then we also have the one where the interchange is south.
In the 200, we need to put the bridge in there.
Yeah, well,
I know.
that's candidly almost like being too far in countries, because it straddles two DOT districts.
I understand, and I understand.
But I think it would be,
I agree.
it would be good to have some type of form to go along, and I'll track down that letter that was submitted to the MPO. But I think it'd be good to have something from, either from the county or from, you know, a business advisory group, a chamber type of group, or whomever, you know, to put in what we believe is a list of priority transportation projects.
In my opinion, we ought to do the Board of County Commissioners, because there's some.
Sure.
And I'm not being, but there's some chamber members that have special interests. I'm just going to leave it at that. So.
Well, the legislative agenda will be on your next agenda to consider.
Okay.
Right now, there's one I mean, yes, we have our list of combined projects, but right now, there's one county that has a list of priority road projects in front of
So
the
since you're
MPO.
the chair of the MPO, maybe put it on your next agenda item
Yeah,
to do
yeah,
that, and
yeah.
to prioritize that.
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner Slayball, anything?
I had my Citrus County Transportation Disadvantaged Coordinating Board, and it went well. There was some alarming facts about that, just even the Key Training Center, and they're down to from 12 bus drivers down to like 2. It's become very apparent that getting this certain license and getting people to work during these situations has been terrible for everybody, again. So that was a big discussion, and we're gonna before the next meeting, I'm gonna ride the whole routes. You know, I've been wanting to do that before COVID, and so we're setting that up with the board. So I think that'll be educational for all of us. So thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
Yes, I had the medical examiner board meeting, and we had a unanimous vote of all 6 counties involved to approve $101,000 renovation to the current building, which is nice and fiscally prudent. It's a really good option to carry us over, because with all the exploding rooftops comes more dead people, unfortunately, and so they're needing to add doctors, and they don't actually have space for them in the current facility. So that is a very short-term fix. I think she said it'll take us out 5 years or so, and so on tap, not for this budget cycle, but probably the following one, is starting to pay in our fair share on a new morgue. And for that, we're about to issue an RFP, which I have a copy for you. They asked for each of our attorneys to read it over, and we're looking at renovate a current building to lease, build a new building to lease, or build a new building on government-owned land. And it will be within 20 miles of their current location in Leesburg and Lake County. And that's it.
Okay, I don't have anything. So with that, Commissioner Davis, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kennard, you have an item.
Yes, I do. We were notified that the title issue with the large piece of property in the middle of Mr. Decker's pieces of property out there, formerly Pirates Cove property, they've gotten the title issue straightened out. The heirs, Mr. Decker's heirs, now hold sole title to all the property. And the request is to ask for approval from the board to seek appraisals. You know, we don't know. I will look for the money. You know, there are grants available out of Tallahassee for expanding parks. We have park impact fees. There is a boat launch there. You know, there are a number of different areas that we can look to for money, but right now, we have no idea even what the property is worth. We know what they're asking for it. The 17 acres that sold to a group that's planning on doing a glamping resort out there on Ozello, that 17 acres sold for, I want to say it was about $700,000, $750,000. But that's a full 17 acres. We're not talking about 17 acres here, so I'd like to see if we can get the appraisals and see what the.
Okay, so you got a motion on the table?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, we got a motion.
Second.
There's a second. Is there any public discussion?
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. Pirates Cove. Okay. Well, the property owner right now for Pirates Cove is paying property taxes. If we purchased it as a county, property taxes for that property go away. I would tend to think they're paying a significant amount of property taxes because of the amount that you're thinking of purchasing. You know, you're telling me that this is substantial. I mean, that's a pricey thing to take off the property tax rolls. And what are we gonna do with it? We don't invest in the parks that we have right now. You don't wanna invest in Central Ridge Community Park, and that's already there. But yet you wanna build, you wanna take a piece of property that is actually paying property taxes and spend more money on it? You don't wanna give to the EMS? You don't wanna give to the people that do the mental health? Why are we considering this? Is it a need, or is it just a want? I want to have a whole lot of things. But you're supposed to be looking out for the people, the citizens of Citrus County. And that's what our commissioner, when he prayed today, when he did the invocation, his first thing was, he was praying for the citizens, and that you guys are responsible to those citizens. Now, it's nice that, you know, they're gonna have a glamping place out there. That's gonna bring in money. That's gonna bring in tax revenues. That's gonna bring in tax dollars. 17.7 came in sales tax from our tourists, according to the man that was here. Just think, if we had put the referendum out there, and those people were also paying for residential road resurfacing and repaving, how much that would have helped the permanent residents.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Cecilia Treat, and I can completely and totally disagree with the lady. First of all that tourism you saw up there,
Me too.
that is because of the water here. The reason why we have all this is because we are one of the very few areas in the state of Florida that has clean water, beautiful water. So people come for that reason. This park, you already have a park there. We already have a Citrus County Park there. This is our chance to add to that, to make it one whole area. We don't have to improve it. We don't have to do anything. Just let it be part of the natural area that is there. And also, we know that you don't want to pay for the park with tax dollars. We understand that. So we're willing to fight and try to get the money, but the appraisal is the first start. I mean, no, we don't want to pay that kind of money for that, and who knows what the property's really worth? We don't know that. So we have to start somewhere, and the appraisal is the place to start. And so that's what I'm asking you to do today, to just pay for the appraisals and let us work from there to see how we can make this an addition, because this lady doesn't live where I live. I see so many kayaks, so many fishermen. Remember, we only have a very few boat ramps in this county. Ozella Boat Ramp is one of the ones we have. And there's a lot of boats come down there. There's a lot of tourists that come down there. And so I'm asking you to do that. But I have one other thing to say, two other things to say.
You gotta stick to this topic, and that's
Oh,
it.
shoot, you can't let me talk to something about something else.
You
Oh,
can
shoot.
come back.
Okay,
You can
all
come
right,
back
I
up
just
into the
want you to
public.
vote for the appraisals,
Okay.
please.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing that, we'll close the public portion of it. Commissioners, any comments?
I do.
I'm gonna go to Commissioner Kitchen first, because I know he's,
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I thought about this quite a bit, and I think where I'm at with it is that I think Commissioner Kennard's request is reasonable in this way, and that is, I see this as very similar to what we did with the park in Old Homosassa. We said, we're not buying it with tax dollars, we're not putting a single general fund dollar into it, but we will do the appraisal or pay for the appraisal so that the group then could form and go out and find the grant money to make it happen.
Okay.
So I see, if I understood his motion, that's what he's proposing, is that that we're only voting to move forward with the appraisal. And then after that, it would be up to the individual group to find grant monies or funding for it. So I would support the motion to fund the appraisal, knowing that I'm not going to support buying this with tax dollars as a park down the road. So I could support that.
all right,
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Davis.
I was just gonna say, yes, I'll support doing the appraisal. I'm concerned about where the purchase monies are coming from as well. And I have actually been kayaking off of Ozella thanks to our county attorney. I went out with her because she has
to.
to.
Weekend, oh.
This was Easter morning.
All right.
We did Easter service
Okay,
there.
Commissioner Slayball.
I have two things. I had to step out, and I'm sorry about that, Commissioner Kennard, but is it, the price range, from what I gathered from this, was 4,000 to 6,000, or did you have a hard number?
No, that was, I believe that was the range that we were dealing with last time when
Okay.
we
Okay,
discussed it.
and then I just want to say, Celia, I appreciate your passion, but I'm District 3, and I have the smallest area with the largest amount of people, and we don't live on the water, and there's a whole area of Citrus County that is not about just tourism and the water. And you said something earlier, and I kind of let it pass, and I just want you to know that there's a whole bunch of us that are not affected by the water or tourism. So, that being said, I appreciate your passion, and I am going to go with the flow of this, I guess.
And again, I'll make a statement that I'll support appraisal. I will not support buying it with county money. Absolutely no way. I've been around here a long time, and most of the residents in Ozella want it to be bought up by the county because they don't want any development out there. And I know some of you say it's a park, but it's more about development because there was condos and things like that. So I'll support the motion to get an appraisal, but will not support at all paying any county money, taxpayers' money to buy a piece of property. So with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Commissioner Slayball, anything? You pulled yours, but.
I tabled mine, thank you, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Kitchen, anything?
No, sir.
All right, and mine's pretty simple. Got to doing a little thinking. The sheriff did not ask for more deputies in his budget, okay? First and foremost, and you have to do that, just like we did in our budget. So unfortunately, once he submits his budget, and there was no deputies asked for, we're not gonna fund that, okay? But I do have a solution here, that can help. I asked Randy to do an inventory of the boats that we have, and also speak to the directors in those areas to see if it was okay with them for the sheriff to borrow the boats on the weekends, okay, especially starting Labor Day weekend. The sheriff, I have spoken to him, I spoke to him again yesterday. He has agreed to staff those boats, okay, on the Homosassa to help curb the issue. So he'll have 2 extra deputies out there on Homosassa. The good thing is, they'll probably, I don't know what he's gonna do, but hopefully they'll be undercover. So it'll be a little bit better. So anyway, mine's straightforward. Approve lending the sheriff office 2 boats. The sheriff will staff them with his people, and he will pay for them out of his budget, starting 2 boats for September 3rd to the 5th to enhance safety on the waterway, in which that's Labor Day weekend. If it goes well and we like it, then I'll bring it back so that he can do that until he's able to ask for more deputies. But again, remember, this is that we're getting down towards the end, so Labor Day weekend is usually the big hurrah, and things will start tabling off, so I don't think we'll need much more this year. So with that, I'll make a motion that we lend the sheriff 2 boats for the September 3rd and the 5th weekend.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion, we got a second. Is there any public comment? Any public comments? Seeing none, we'll close it. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you, thank
Aye.
you.
I wanted to say something, but you switched.
go right ahead.
I wanted to say, good job. I commend you for coming up with this idea.
Appreciate that. But it was a win. I think it's a win-win for everybody at this point.
Yeah.
So with that, Madam Attorney,
I have nothing, thank you.
now you can come up and speak on anything you want to open to the public. And I won't cut you off.
I've been known for speaking. Okay. The other thing I wanted to say is that I agree with the noise ordinance on the Homosassa, but not on all the waterways. Because I know that not everyone lives on the water. However, those that live on the water, we don't want to discourage people from coming here. So I think that we should just limit it. I agree totally and completely with that. And there was something else, I forgot what it was, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you for being here today. Next speaker, please. Come on up. I'm gonna let you come on. Come on. Now's your last chance. All right.
Hello again.
Hey, how are you?
Okay, Diana Finnegan, Homosassa. What I was gonna come back up here and say about, Homosassa versus the whole county. Personally, and some of the people in Homosassa that I talked to, and that's why I said pause, people are still figuring things out. It would be nice to have something specifically for the Blue Water area because we are a very specific area. And I hate to say this out loud because I think that, I would need to bring this up at River Alliance meetings, but I mean, there's other things I know even some of y'all have said, like no alcohol down there. And so my point of putting it on the agenda was like, and safety is a fantastic issue that Commissioner Schleba is bringing up. So let's pause, make sure we're not forgetting about it, but bring up all of these things, and we need to be working together. So thank you for letting
Okay.
me clarify that.
Next speaker, please. Going once, come on.
Frank Papson again. My comment is, I don't want to get political, so I'm not going to try not to. But people right now get paid more money through unemployment by staying home than going to get jobs. You have all kinds of companies paying outrageous prices, or in my mind, outrageous prices. I mean, you're $15, $16, $17 an hour for the flipping burgers, and they can't fill them slots in Burger King and McDonald's. They can't fill them. And I'm understanding that your first responders are getting under $10 an hour, and you have to ask yourself, why are they working for that cheap when they can go to flip burgers for almost twice that? It's just something, it's out of your control. It's something you have to consider. And it's just something that I've been thinking about listening to you people.
Thank you.
Janet Barrick for Citrus Springs Civic Association. This was discussed at our board meeting a week and a half ago. Okay. It's very nice that our commissioner for our district has been having meetings with a group of citizens about a dog park. The Civic Association thought they were quite clear when they talked to the one lady when she approached us, and we gave her a CD of all the 27 sections of Citrus Springs. We did not want a dog park at the Citrus Springs Community Center. We wanted her to go find a piece of property that's already designated park and set that up as a separate dog park. Not use what we already have that eventually we will probably have to add more parking as events go back to being the way they were. Because when we used to have events, people had to park all over the grass, okay? When Parks and Rec did an event at the Citrus Springs Civic Association building at the community center, we have to park all over, just like at the Central Ridge Community Center. They park all in the grass. So to think about using any of that, the executive board said, go back and explain it to the board. The other thing they asked was, how many dogs actually use the park in Homosassa? Has there been a study about the dogs and the dog usage of the Homosassa? And, compared to, you're doing all these studies about this and that and the other. Well, would it be worth the money? Because there's gonna be a yearly expense. Okay, it says that there's water. It has to have water. Well, if you were to go with the plan that was PowerPointed, that means that you're also gonna have to have a restroom. Does that mean you're gonna use the restroom that's in the civic center and in the community center?
Are we on that building?
Okay, does that mean we're gonna have to have longer hours for Parks and Recs employees because people are coming in and out with their animals to use the restroom? Or are you gonna put up porta potties? That was a question we thought about, because when we went through the plan, it says cut down the trees is gonna cost a certain amount. It didn't say porta potties for rest areas for the people that are there. And as we know, Mother Nature hits when Mother Nature hits, and you don't have a choice. Okay? Other than that, they also wanted to know, I came to the meeting and it was addressed, and one of the commissioners got whap, 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 because she used county employees' time for a really good project that impacts the lives of citizens.
Oh, I'm
Who
sorry.
paid for the PowerPoint? Was that county time and?
I'm sorry.
What PowerPoint?
So, my time is up. so
What PowerPoint?
The one that was
The
on the
backup in the agenda.
material. I want to know, was that county time and county employee money that was used? Because one of the other commissioners got told not to do that, and I didn't think that was fair, because it was a project that was for people.
Well,
But
we
it wasn't
write
a ca-
agenda items for a lot of commissioners, when we help them to develop those proposals so that the public can see what they're proposing and their colleagues can see
Right.
what they're proposing. I mean, that's normal.
Okay. All right, any other comments? Well, once, twice, we're gonna close the public portion. Commissioners, any comments?
No, just before you adjourn, I've got something to add.
Okay. Any comments? All right, with that, then our next upcoming meeting is September, well, let's go to this. We got upcoming workshops and a special meeting. Our special meeting is Thursday, September 9th at 1 o'clock. That's for the Stormwater Utility, MSBU. And then we, at 5:01, we have a tentative budget hearing. And then our next Board of County Commissioner meeting is September 14th at 1 PM here in the chambers. Commissioner Kennard.
Yes, thank you, sir. I apologize, I neglected to mention Save Our Waters Week that's coming up, September 18th to the 25th. I'll forward an email to Doug or Randy for distribution to everybody on all the opportunities to participate during that week.
Okay. All right. Any other things, Commissioners? With that, we are adjourned.